Hello, this is Captain Alexander, and welcome to my plot theory crafting stream for 7.3. Oh, been up all night actually trying to get the clip set up. I am tired. Oh, actually need caffeine. Damn. Oh. So, yeah, let's switch over to this. Oh, shit. Oh, I need to pump my back. Oh, there we go. That was nice. Oh, pop my back in. Oh, oh. Ugh. Whew. Ooh. Anyway, um, it's time to. Okay, I'm tired. So my brain is. God damn it! Wake up! Why is my brain asleep? Ugh. Need to wake the fuck up. Ugh. Huh. Okay, there we go. Time to talk about the ASM key. Or should I say the gate key? Yep, I think it's a Chrono Trigger reference. And, oof. God damn. My brain's still foggy. Oh. I'll just get into it. Nope, there we go. See that? See that thing in Luca's hand? Like right here? The gate key from Chrono Trigger? Well, I mean, the ASM key is purple, orange, and yellow, with the ASM symbol being yellow. Well, bluish purple, and that's bluish purple, yellow, orange. Wow. Very similar items that do very similar things. So it makes perfect sense to my brain that a key that opens gates to other worlds could also, in theory, open gates to other times. After all, Asim's a traveler. Time travel. Okay. You get where I'm going with this. Ugh. So, yeah. And as explained in Chrono Trigger, the gate key does not create gates, it opens them. They already pre-exist in the Chrono Trigger universe. That's why it's called a gate key. Instead of like a gate drill. It's a gate key. It unlocks things that are already there. Keys don't create doors. Keys simply unlock doors. So, the fact that the plot itself calls it a key, like in Chrono Trigger, is heavily implying that it is unlocking something. It is not creating something. It is unlocking something that has already been created. So, it would require less ether to do that than to open a portal to another world or to another time. Is that the portal to the shards already exist. The key is just unlocking them. Just like if there were time portals as well, which I think there will be in the plot, the key will lead us through those as well. Basically, Sanoic Scribe's whole little rant about how, well, you need something the size of the Crystal Tower to open a hole in reality back in time. And you know what? You're right. To create a portal back in time, you would need the Crystal Tower, something Crystal Tower size. To unlock a pre-existing portal that leads back in time that was created by something else, that would require way less ether. Put simply, if you were thought experiment, if we were to go to the first, teleport away the crystal tower into the rift or something, not through time, just into the rift, the portal to Elpis would still be there. You just couldn't activate it because, there's no crystal tower. But if you had the key, you could just take the key to where the crystal tower used to be and open the pre-existing portal to Elpis that Elidibus made with his last act and still use it. That is what I am proposing. It is a key, not a drill. It doesn't bore holes in reality. It opens pre-existing holes in reality. Which naturally raises an interesting issue. If I'm right and there's holes in space and time, then who the fuck is blowing holes in space and time? It's like that opens up a whole new saga plot point. It's like, wait a minute. But if a key only opens gates and doesn't create gates, then what creates gates? And that was a plot point in Chrono Trigger too. It's like, what is creating these gates? Also, fun fact. This scene, where she explains how the gate key works, takes place at the end of the first trip to 600 AD in Chrono Trigger. The present time period in Chrono Trigger, it's literally called the present, where these three characters come from, is 1000 AD. Now, anyone who's done basic math already knows what I'm getting at for the plot on Dawntrail. 1000 AD, 600 AD, 1000 minus 600 is 400. How many years in the past did the whole shit with Alexandria happen with the storm surge and the war with Lindblum? 400 years! Wow, what a coincidence! And what's the first time period you go to in Chrono Trigger? 600 AD. 400 years in the past. Gee, I wonder how we're going to find out about the time travel element. Where are we going in Dawntrail? Or should I say when? Because the where is obvious. Alexandria. The question is when? Which Alexandria are we going to? At some point. Do I think that'd be like a 7.4 thing? Like, no. We deal with Calyx, and then we accidentally not blow a hole in time, but open a hole in time, fall through it, and end up in past Alexandria. So yeah, it's a key, not a drill. People really need to learn the difference between keys and drills. Especially if you're trying to open a door. I mean, the door's locked. Quick, let me get my drill. Oh crap, now the locking mechanism's broken. I can't open it. Or conversely, I need to drill a hole in the ground. Let me get this key for a second. Why isn't this working? It's not powerful enough. Why key not make hole? It's like, seriously. It's a key, not a drill. The crystal tower's a giant crystal drill. This is a key. I know, rant over. Just that whole... I'm just saying, I just disagree with Synodic Scribe's interpretation of that data. Because I've played the source material. Anyway, point is, key, not drill. Next plot point. Where are we going in 7.3 if it's not the past Alexandria? The past of Alexandria. Where are we going? We're dealing with present Alexandria, so, Calyx. Where is Calyx? Where is he hiding? Where is this motherfucker hiding? Well, there's a clue in 7.2 if you played Final Fantasy IX. Now we're spoiling Final Fantasy IX. The last boss of the dungeon was named Valia Pyra. Where was Valia Pyra fought in Final Fantasy IX? The main antagonist, Kuja's Desert Palace. Desert Palace, huh? Well, let's watch this boss fight with Valley of Pyrrha. Literally in the Desert Palace. Which looks very similar to Alexandria, both in FF9 and, well, the FF14 variant. The Valley of Pyrrha boss fight. Yep, same thing. Desert Palace. And the boss fight's a joke compared to 7.2. I don't even need to show the rest. You get the point. It was fought here in the Desert Palace. And yeah, the Desert Palace is just Alexandria with a lot more stained glass. Stained glass, huh? Stained glass present. I wonder if Spain's gonna break through some glass like a certain side quest in Chrono Trigger. Just occurred to me. Yeah, that might be a thing that happens potentially. Anyway, so but on the other hand, it could also not happen, and the reason for that is simple. I'm warming up. Unlike the desert, which has been warm for a while, I'm warming up. So, if it's like Final Fantasy IX reference, the Desert Palace, Calyx's base is a desert palace, well, a desert. Query: what desert has been a reoccurring plot point in Dawn Trail thus far, with the Roll Quest finale, one of the expert dungeons at the end of 7.0 that you unlock, Tender Valley, technically takes place out in that desert with some ruins that look very Ronkin, shall we say? And Ronco was originally from Final Fantasy V. Well, in the plot of Final Fantasy V, you go to the ruins of Gon, or Go, like Fort Go, which is actually a place in Raktika in Shadowbringers, you know. So you go to those ancient ruins. You fall through the floor. You find an ancient teleporter. You get teleported halfway across the world. And you end up in an underground airship dock. That underground airship dock in Final Fantasy V is, you guessed it, based in Crescent Island. Occult Crescent. See, it's all coming together. There's a method to my madness. It's all connected. So now we have Crescent Island. Wow. So Crescent Island is in play already. We know Occult Crescent's a thing. So the place that's now the field exploration zone is the place that's in Final Fantasy V was connected to a desert via a transporter? So we have like 3 side quests all pointing to this bloody desert. The Roll Quest finale, the Occult Crescent, via reference, maybe not plot-wise, but via reference, is pointing to the fucking desert. And Tender Valley is also in the bloody desert. And the Yakui architecture is similar to that of the Ronkins, and it's like parallel cultural development. And it's just very similar to the first because reasons. Despite the fact that Shaloni, the zone next door to this desert, has a train similar to a trolley, and all the Shadowbringers guys are there. They're shards. Which makes me think it's not a coincidence that the Ronkin ruins are next door to the Shadowbringers callback zone? And that there is actually a connection? Kind of like the teleporter between Crescent Island and the desert area in 5, but instead of a teleporter between 2 halves of one world, it's a teleporter between 2 shards of a world that originally used to be one. Okay, it's a portal to the first. You follow me? It's not that the Yakui runes are similar to Ronkin, because similar cultural development. It's that they are Ronkin, and the Yakui culture derived their technology from the ancient Ronkin Empire the First. They were capable of shard travel just like the Ninth. Or put simply, those are Ronkin runes. It's not that they look similar to Ronkin runes. They are Ronkin runes. And we know Calyx is aware of the other shards and their connections, which means he would be aware of any other rift-traveling empires from the other shards. The Alexandrians would be aware of the Ronkins if they had that capability. Which means Calyx, if these were ancient Ronkin runes from the First on the source, Calyx would know about them. He might even make his base in one of them. It might be his desert palace. You see where this is going? Where my theory is going? I'm cooking! He's out there in that fucking desert. Just like in FF9. He's been chilling in the desert the entire fucking time. He wasn't on the Ninth. He's been on the source the entire time. Probably longer than the Dome. Probably longer than the fucking Dome. He probably arrived first. Kind of similar to the main antagonist of Final Fantasy IX. He came from his world first. He was here first. If anything, Sphene is more like the other main antagonist of FF9. More like good old Garland. Considering she's artificial and a guardian of the Alexandrian people. The same way Garland was the guardian of the sleeping Terrans. So, on Terra, the other world in FF9. So, yeah. If the Queen Eternal, let's just call her that, I can't remember what they call her in the MSQ. If the Queen Eternal, the artificial Sphene, not the one we were talking to, a reference to Garland, then that makes Calyx basically Kuja, but not Kuja, because Kuja's entire personality is just Fandaniel, and two Fandaniels would be annoying in a row, so we're not doing Fandaniel again, because we already had Kuja Daniel, so yeah, okay. Point is, you get the point. So Calyx is his own guy, but he's basically taking on the role of Kuja, even though he has a completely different personality and agenda. He's basically a reference aesthetically, but not personality-wise or motivations-wise. Because Kuja also dresses in white, and Calyx is a mad scientist in a lab coat, even though Kuja's more like, as I say, he's basically Fandaniel. He's a thespian. He sees his master plan as a play. It's all part of his grand design. It's Fandaniel. Fandaniel's literally just the other Kuja reference. Maybe not in appearance, but personality. Fandaniel just is Kuja. But anyway, Calyx is chilling in the Desert Palace instead of Fandaniel. So, this raises an interesting question, though. Is the dungeon just going to be a Final Fantasy V reference straight up? And I think so. I think that once we are done with exploring the occult Crescent Island, we're going to go back to the MSQ, kind of like how the protagonists of Final Fantasy V, after escaping the airship hangar and getting their airship, so they could fly around, their ancient Ronkin airship from Crescent Island, they just fly back to where the teleporter used to be because they were trying to find someone for plot reasons, and this happens. Come on, make it back, idiot. There we go. And the ancient town of Gon is gone. Place coming out of the desert. The Flying Fortress of Ronka. And yeah, it flew so high you couldn't even reach it with the airship traditionally. You had to go, in Final Fantasy V, you had to go on a quest for some adamantite to enhance the ship's ability to fly higher, which, hilariously enough, already happened in Endwalker, which means, you know, no, really, that's actually, they kind of combined Cockle and this plot point together by having him be the engine designer. It's like, I need to get higher. I need some elegant adamantite shit to enhance the Ragnarok. So, yeah, they already did that with the Ragnarok. So we can skip that part. That Final Fantasy V reference has been done. We just skip straight to the Ronkan Roads. Because, I mean, we would just go to Sharlayan, board the Ragnarok, and fly up there. We already have an airship. Hell, if I was writing it, I would be a bit cheeky. And make it where the Ragnarok got Electrope upgrades where it could dock with the Flying Fortress by using Electrope claws, like similar to another Ragnarok, if you know what I'm saying, and just dock with maybe some Electrope rail guns, just in case it has a force field, which it wouldn't, because I think they're referencing more than one game, and yeah, anyway, Calyx wants to make a handful of Alexandrians immortal, eternal, if you will, endless. And there's only one force in the Final Fantasy XIV cosmology that can do the trick, as Zero and her people found out the hard way. Oh yeah, we're putting the Dawn and Dawntrail. The 13th is finally coming into play due to the key. Once he gets his hands on the key, which I do think is going to happen, I do think that at some point he's going to be able to take the key from us. There's multiple ways he could do that. Speen picked up her old counterpart's crown. She could get possessed, and the key could be taken. Alternatively, we could have plants on the team that have been double agents since the beginning of 7.0. After all, Electrope can be used to alter your physical appearance for infiltration purposes. And Final Fantasy IX has some court jesters that haven't shown up yet. They're lackeys of Queen Braun and later Kuja. They haven't shown up yet. At all. There has been no sign of Zorn and Thorn. The evil twins. The evil jesters who are blue and pink in coloration, and you already know what the fuck I'm implying, and it would be one hell of a twist if they had the balls to do it. Why are Alphinaud and Alisaie acting weird since 7.0? Why didn't Alisaie use a bloody Porksy when she arrived in Solution 9? Alisaie totally would have done that. That's out of character. Because it's not Alisaie. I know, crazy theory. 5% chance they do this. But what if Electrope disguises were used and we had plants since the very beginning? What if Calyx has been plotting and scheming some shit? But instead of kidnapping Eiko, they take the key. What if Alphinaud and Alisaie betray us? Even though they wouldn't actually betray us, they just would have been kidnapped by Calyx this entire time in his desert palace. And they'd have to escape. kind of like a reverse Aiko in a way, where the entire party was captured, but then they kidnapped only Aiko for her Eidolons. But in this case, they kidnapped Alphinaud and Alisaie for their memory ether to learn more about all the shit we know. So basically just copy and pasted the data files in their brain, ether files, using Alexandrian technology and Ronkan technology into their databanks. Which is why eventually Zorn and Thorn knew how to use a Porksy, because they stole it from Alisaie's memory. So, yeah. This would allow them to update their comedy routine over time to be more and more like Alphinaud and Alisaie. Obviously, Alphinaud and Alisaie would still retain their memories. I would make it where they have, like, side effects and they slowly need to recover their memories. But as they're... And, you know, they finally recover from what was done to them and they're like, oh, crap. How did we end up here in this desert palace? That's the last memory we don't have. I only remembered how we ended up in this fucking palace. We gotta escape. And then they try to escape. And we just play as Alphinaud and Alisaie trying to escape their cell after Alphinaud and Alisaie take the key. So, yeah. Basically, Alphinaud and Alisaie are Zorn and Thorn. That's my crazy, kooky theory. The Jesters of the Red Moon. The Alexandrian Voidsent Jesters have been in our party the entire time, and we never knew it. That would be a crazy twist. The third possibility, and it's a lamer possibility, and I think all these different possibilities could work in conjunction with one another. Like, you have this fake-out twist with Speen, where it seems like she's possessed, but she gets it under control and doesn't take the key, and then Alphinaud and Alisaie are like Zorn and Thorn, and they take the key. But we're also lured away, due to plot convenience, which is another thing I was thinking. Like, the Warrior of Light has to go back to the first. Why? Reen and Gaia contacted us, and some weird shit is happening. And we have no leads on Calyx, so... And only we can go back to the first. So, you know... And Yish needs to figure out how the key works anyway. So we leave the key with Yish. Alphinaud and Alisaie, who are Zorn and Thorn, knock her ass out, take the damn key, and go. She's distracted by Speen temporarily losing control of herself and being possessed by her counterpart. And see. Meanwhile, we're on the first. Aiding Reen and Gaia with their attempt to terraform the 13th with light. Which Calyx would know about, because if he knows about the connections between the shards, he would know about the 13th. He would if he has Ronkan tech in his base, he would know about Ronka. He would probably also be keeping tabs on like all the other shards, including, you know, the shit happening on the first. He would know about all the shit we're trying to do with the 13th and the first. So he would also know when the experiment was taking place to shower the 13th in a burst of light to see how Voidsent react to it, which would probably take some setup, some prep, happening off screen, and you would have to invite the Voidsent to a place that's a bit easier to contain, but out of the way, and you would need someone who's credible by Voidsent standards, basically saying, stand here, you'll get fuck tons of ether, guys. That's where Golbez comes in, because he's now on our team. And so you just Golbez and Zero invite a fuck ton of Voidsent to the bloody moon. The bloody red moon. And now you have a massive fuck ton of dark ether in one place that you could connect to with a gate key, but that isn't so massive in scope that you absorb too much or too spread out like it would be on the surface of the 13th, where you would only get like a handful of Voidsent going towards the gate. You need like a fuck ton of darkness, but not too much to power these Neo regulators. So you need a bunch of Voidsent in the right place at the right time. Gee, I wonder what I'm referencing here. A red moon, a fuck ton of monsters, and a floating facility. This sounds familiar. Oh yeah, I think they're going there. While we're trying to get the Ragnarok prepared to siege the base, because, you know, it's been outfitted for space exploration and we need to go to Tyrol stat, this is going to happen. But it's Voidsent instead of monsters. After all, we don't know about the gate key being stolen, because we don't know about the Alpha Nova and Alizé plants, and or minions sent to attack Y'shtola if they don't have plants. Many different ways they can go about this. Maybe even have Speen do it. Kind of like Final Fantasy VIII with Rinoa. Basically, no matter what happens, it leads to this. And a gate's open to the 13th moon. And all of these fall down onto Tyrol. Right smack dab in the middle of Calyx's new floating Ronkan fortress. And, of course, I would have the Warrior of Darkness from the 13th, the strongest Voidsent, be used as a power source for Alexandrian technology. A red-headed Darkbird, if you will. Kind of like Adele, but on crack. Mixed with the main antagonist of Final Fantasy XV, Ardyn. And I would have that prison be in space. Transported by, Speen as part of Calyx's plan. After all, the artificial Speen is desperate, needs ether, and doesn't really care what she transports, and she needs to transport the battery that keeps her civilization running for conquest purposes, which is in space above the ninth moon. Which means it would be in space above our moon after the dimensional fusion thing with the gate key. Which means if you were to open another gate to the 13th moon, you're starting to see where the reference is coming. It's like, it's all part of his plan, as convoluted as this is. Multiple reality hopping shenanigans to get the guy he needs in the right place at the right time, so he falls into the right facility that he's had prepared all this time. It's all part of his master plan! And, of course, he's trying to not only become truly endless, but have his minions become truly endless. So, that sounds familiar. This sounds a lot like Chrono Trigger. We're back to Chrono Trigger again. We're not quite at the Black Omen, but this does sound like Ocean Palace territory. So while we're heading to Sharlayan, while we're watching the Lunar Cry happen from the Crystal Tower, we didn't head to Sharlayan to get the Ragnarok outfitted so we can lay siege to the dungeon. We need to unlock the dungeon with the Ragnarok. And, well, The Ocean Palace is very much that and the Ronkin Ruins and Lunatic Pandora. You get what I'm saying? This is multiple different dungeons in one. So if they do a Possessed Fiend arc, where we have the fighter as a dungeon boss, I mean, they could have a Dalton-esque fight right at the beginning. Point is, it's like, yeah, it's basically the entire Ocean Palace. But instead of resurrecting the power of Lavos, it's the power of Zemus. And he won't even be the trial boss. He'll just be the guy that wakes up in the scripted fight to blow everything up. He will be too strong for us, and we will be forced to escape. And just like the Ronkin Ruins, I would make a ruler of one of... I would kill Wook Lamont here. The best way... Look, just kill Wook Lamont, but unlike Chrono, don't bring her back. Leave her dead. Orange Cat dies, gets turned into a rug by Zemus. She covers our escape and dies horribly to the superior adversary. And nobody feels sorry, and which is why we don't actually bring her back, because there is no time egg. I would save that plot point for, like, the Warrior of Light later. Like, in a later part in the saga. Like, no. They kill us! And now the Scions need to resurrect us. Wook Lamont is not worthy of that. Wook Lamont's a fucking loser. Wook Lamont can get skinned. Wook Lamont is basically just the king of Tycoon. She's not coming back, and nobody cares. One among you will shortly perish, and everyone will be going, oh, is it Wook Lamont? Please tell me it's Wook Lamont. I've been waiting all expansion for this. Is it Wook Lamont? Please tell me it's Wook Lamont. You know, if they actually pull the Chrono Trigger reference there, everyone's like, oh, good, Wook Lamont's about to die. I was worried for a second there. Which is why I would save that for, like, someone that the players care about. You know? So my boss predictions are, what are my boss predictions for 7.3? I'm not going to show the bosses. I think I made my point with the dungeons. Because the bosses are in flux. Zorn and Thorn plus Melted Gemini, pretty much a fucking given, you know? Since we're doing Ancient Ronkin Ruins, I think Serpent Boss. Like, the Great Serpent of Ronka, or the Greatest Serpent of Ronka, or something, would be a boss. Or just make it Archaeoavis, like the original Servant of Ronka. Archaeoavis. Have Zorn and Thorn and Melted Gemini be a boss, like, just the door boss is just Zorn and Thorn, and then they turn into Melted Gemini, and you kill them for real. And as for the middle boss, we have Archaeoavis and Zorn and Thorn. Though I would actually make it where the dungeon area is just that place from Alexandria Castle in Final Fantasy IX, the dungeon boss area, and it's just Zorn and Thorn, but no Melted Gemini because they haven't been infused with darkness yet. Like, just make them regular jesters and just have them be the refight later. Like, you have Melted Gemini be something later, and we just save Alphino and Alizé. So we have Zorn and Thorn. You could have the Archaeoavis as the last boss, and the middle boss would be... Well, since we had Valley of Pyrrha in the basement area, which had a lot of the history of the Alexandrian people stored, kind of like a museum of ancient history, kind of like Whalevert, or however you pronounce it. I suppose having Valley of Pyrrha be the boss of Whalevert, or, well, yeah, you get my point. Basically, you swap Valley of Pyrrha and Ark. So you have the second boss be Ark. Or you could have a mechanical Archaeoavis. Ooh. Archaeoavis. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Ark transforms, actually. It's a summon, an FF. Ooh! Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Yeah, that works. You're expecting the Archaeoavis to come back as an undead, but the Archaeoavis is just the second boss. Ah. And you have Ark as the last boss, and that one is just, you know, it's just an airship, and then it transforms into a robot for phase 2, and you have to keep fighting. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, Zorn and Thorn, Archaeoavis, Ark. That's the dungeon. The trial boss is then just Calix after he has achieved the power of trance and has become possessed by the soul of Zemus, warrior of darkness from the 13th, the evil Azimshad, powering Alexandria. And he's like a reference not just to Trance Kuja, but also Soul Cage. Because once you kill him, Zemus' soul reunites with the body, and then everything shuts down and all the electrope devices turn off. Aoife tree style. Because without the battery, without the Voidsent battery, there's no power. And so you have Trance Calix. You have Calix in a solo fight, and then he just absorbs all the darkness, including Zemus' soul, and gets corrupted. And it's like, this is the power of trance! And then you fight Trance Calix, which is just Kuja plus that one scholar boss from Chain of Memories. Can't remember his fucking name. I don't remember his nobody name, but I remember his real name. Ienzo. He's basically evil Ienzo, which is actually just his nobody. But whatever. Kingdom Hearts is complicated. Point is, he's just Ienzo plus Kuja. That's all you need to know. And so you could just have Tantarian be like a trial boss mechanic. This allows me to reference Tantarian, because if Tantarian is just his giant corrupted trance book, like, you know, he's just a demon book named Tantarian. Like, okay, that's a scholar weapon. It's Tantarian. So, pages flying everywhere, dark whirlwind tornadoes, flare star. Other lightning elemental magic, because Kuja had that. Demi, probably. Those are the attacks you'd have to look out for in the trial. And then Calix dies, Zemus awakens. Wooklamont sacrifices herself to stop Zemus. Seemingly the the place gets obliterated as we escape to the Ragnarok. Seemingly, it seems like it's going to be obliterated any second. Zemus is just so powerful. Destruction is raining from the heavens. Not as strong as the other guy I'm referencing, but pretty damn strong. Kind of like on par with Kuja, and just shit blows up. Everyone flees for the fucking airship, and the palace seemingly sinks into the fucking ocean. Or what's left of it, like the Desert Palace. But then, of course, just like Chrono Trigger, just like Final Fantasy IV. And to be fair, kind of like Final Fantasy VIII, even though the Lunatic Pandora was not destroyed upon the first entry, we'll have to go in there again. I mean, after all, you're dealing with Voidsent, and now it's a Voidsent Necrahall that belongs to Zemus, but Zemus isn't actually there. He's going to Mericidia. But he's still going to bring back a few problems later. We're going to have a Black Omen to follow up our Ocean Palace dungeon, is what I'm saying. The Black Omen is going to be 7.4, probably. But that's contingent upon this theory being correct, so I'm not even going to go into that. If my crazy theory is correct, then, we get the Black Omen in 7.4. Woohoo! Mixed with Lunatic Pandora and, well, the Giant of Babel. I mean, after all, having a Zemus corrupt an ancient runk and ruin with Alexandrian technology with the power of darkness and having it come back as a dark, twisted, Alexander-esque construct that's just attacking Tyrall. Or, better yet, you could just have it, not attack Tyrall. You could pivot and have this, Lunatic Pandora be over Tyr's Point. An island in the middle of the, ocean between Tyrall and, well, between 3 leaves of a clover, if you will. Tyrall on one leaf, Sharlayan on another leaf, Mericidia on the last leaf. Like the island's just in between these 3 points. Which would make it closer to Sharlayan, but also further away from Tyrall than when it started. Like, it floats over, Tuliol, causing chaos. This also prevents some sort of calamity from happening where it just comes down on a civilian population center in Shaloni. It's floating over the ocean. Kind of like a reverse Ocean Palace situation. So, I was writing this. I would have 7.4 be the Black Omen patch. Dark Alexander, attack Sharlayan. We have to defend Sharlayan. It's kind of like a mixture of the Giant of Babel diamond weapon from Final Fantasy VII and, with Lunatic Pandora being in play, and, well, the Black Omen. Maybe even a void-corrupted remnant of Speens. The Data Speens, Data, just being the trial boss. Kind of like Queen Zeal. She's just still there. Like, a Voidsent now. Not even really her own person, just a corrupted, twisted monster. You have Zord and Thorn, who are now melted Gemini. You could have Zemus be so powerful that he brings back the Archfiends, and we have to fight all 4 as the last dungeon boss. No, seriously, it's just, we have to fight them in order, FF4 order. We just have to kill them kill Scarmiglione, then we have to kill Cognazzo, then we have to kill Barbaricia, and then finally Rubicante's back. It's like, Master Zemus has revived our lives to rob you of yours. How we've yearned for this! And it's just another FF4 reference. Meanwhile, you just have the trial boss be like a weird mixture of Speen, the CPU, and Mobile Type 8, where the Ghost in the Machine is just running this void corrupted Alexander monster. Like a dark primal. Like the Giant of Babil is just dark Alexander and it's a dark primal. And it's the inverse of, FF9's Battle for Alexandria. Where Alexander is just attacking Sharlayan and we're like, crap. We need to defend Sharlayan. It's like, hold out until we get there. you know? I mean, seriously, you could have Zero and Golbez just be inside the damn thing. Like, where did Zero and Golbez go? And that's like the teaser at the end of 7.3. Like, Zero and Golbez are now on the source. Inside the sunken, basically the Desert Palace turned Ocean Palace turned Giant of Babil. It's like a teaser of what's to come. It's like, we're down here in the ocean. How do we get out? Well, we're void sent. We don't really. There's plenty of void scents for us to eat down here. It's like, yeah, but I mean, we got to get out of here somehow. So while we're chilling, Sharlayan's under attack by Alexander. Like, wait, what? Yeah, Dark Electrope Alexander thing is attempting to blow up Sharlayan. We go over there, and then we just, Giant build it up. But it's also an FF9 reference, but it's just in reverse. Where Alexander's the thing attacking the city, and so the dragon is the savior, and Vitra shows up again to 1v1 the Giant of Babil. And Vitra manages to... Like, the dragons all just show up, and the Dravanians, and they just all show up to save Sharlayan and hold out until we can arrive and just fly in. Kind of have it be like Diamond Weapon, where, it's attacking, but it's still out in the ocean. We can't get to it, and it's like, we could fly into it, but we're going to have the dragons hold it off. Kind of like a reverse Battle of the Silver Dragons, with Memoria. The end of Final Fantasy IX, where it's like Vitra and his Dravanian army, and just all the armies of the world are just coming together, Final Fantasy IV style, but it's like it's kind of like the inverse, where the dragons are on our side. Meanwhile, the dark, demonic robot thing, which is good analogy for the Invincible, is actually the bad guy. We have to kill the demonic Alexander eyeball thing and get inside because it's the Giant of Babil, but dark. Or darker. So yeah, I could see that. And we saved Zero and Golbez. Woohoo! Zemus is nowhere to be found. He's not inside that damn thing, but he's gone. From Zero and Golbez, we learn about Zemus. Zero gets some backstory. Maybe ends up challenging what's left of Xenos, the darkness in her own heart, her source counterpart. Or she's a shard of Xenos. That's my theory. And then she just gets the Resonant and joins the Scions. Like, she basically just conquers her dark half. Yay! More FF4 references. And so, yeah. That's my 7.4 prediction, and my 7.3 prediction is true. And then finally, I would have 7.5 be the full-on Chrono Trigger reference, where we're finally... The world is finally saved. We have no idea where Zemus went. He's somewhere in the world, but there's no trace of him. And it's kind of hard to chase a man down if we don't even know where he went. It's kind of like a Dark Warrior of Light, in a way. He just got the Wanderlust, went somewhere, and we have no fucking idea where he went. Like, what the hell? It's like trying to find us. You know how the plot only happens when we're there? Well, he's like the inverse of that. You know, he's the evil version of that. You know, it's just, ah, he's not here, so nothing's happening. And then we just have like a one hell of a celebration, like a celebration celebrating the fact that Alexandria and Thrall are finally at peace. Woohoo! Party! Discount Millennial Fair time! And then we get sent 400 years into the fucking past. Time paradox shenanigans happen. In fact, the whole reason Calyx even knows any of the shit he already knows is because we accidentally, without our knowledge, inform him due to Alexandrian surveillance. Basically, he knows we exist before we know he exists, because after we effectively kill him without actually telling him that we killed him, we basically just, you know, basically he finds out about us before we find out about him, because we go back 400 years, we interact with Calyx, we play it close to our chest, but he figures out that we are special, but doesn't actually figure out all the shit necessary to stop his own downfall. But it does set into motion the very plot of Dawntrail to begin with, time loop style, because, you know, we go back in time, interact with Calyx, that taints his perception of us, and now he comes up with a plan based around us and the evolution of of humanity and the Alexandrian people, which leads to him being corrupted by Zemus, because he's like the guy, this mad scientist guy of Alexandria that made the battery based on the Voidsent to begin with, which then sets in motion the next 400 years, which then leads to us eventually figuring out how the key works, so we can go back in time, setting in motion the next 400 years, and yep, time travel anyway. Time paradox. So, in the process of saving Speen from evil Lindblum soldiers and preventing Speen from being erased from existence, we unwittingly set in a time loop where all this shit happens. And the dungeon is basically just a... the dungeon is just a cathedral in Lindblum where, you know, she's being held hostage. Why? Chrono Trigger reference! You could even have, like, Lindblum using Voidsent, just like the Alexandrians are, and Desperation, just, you know, using summon Voidsent, and it's just, Yakra's a Voidsent. We kill Yakra. That's the dungeon boss of 7.5. Maybe even have Otis temporarily join the team for one dungeon, you know, as the tank. Kind of like a homage to both Steiner and Frog. Like, I must save the queen! And then 7.55, which I'm absolutely convinced that something like this is going to happen at some point in this saga, and if I was going to do it, it would be 7.55. Because with the gate shit, I'm clearly setting up something like Lavos. With the Arcadian, I'd set up Genova. I'll get to my Arcadian theory in a second. And with this, would set up the final member of the Warring Triad, and the reason for us to go to Marasidia and track down Zemus. Because if we don't, he blows up the world. Because he's evil. He's Dark Us. So, yeah. And when I say blow up the world, I don't mean blow up the present. I mean, he's going to blow up the past. He's going to blow up the future. Shit's about to get timey-wimey. Suffice it to say, you kill off Wook Lamont, King of Tycoon style. Zemus is just multiple Final Fantasy villains in a trench coat. Like you could spread this guy into multiple FF14 villains due to power scaling and motivations. Like Fandaniel has the personality. Calyx has the existential dread of not wanting to die. And then you could just have Zemus be the an evil version of us, Void Corrupted, be the guy that can blow up planets DBZ style, because he's the only character I can think of strong enough to pull that off. Because some random asshole coming out of nowhere, just with the ability to cast Ultima and obliterate planets, with no connection to, well, Ultima or some other alien entity like Lavos or, Genova, potentially, or the thing I'm about to set up, which is a Final Fantasy 13. But guess what? Basically what I'm saying is, it has to be believable, okay? In order to have the third aspect of Kuja, his raw power, it has to be believable. It has to be someone who's actually fucking strong. Otherwise, it's bullshit. You think Wook Lamot's bullshit with all the shit she did in 7.0. Imagine the main antagonist just being a DBZ villain because reasons. Everyone would just go, this is the jailer all over again. You made someone stronger because you need strong prey. This is like Xenos writing mentality. No. It has to be characterized properly. You have to have an evil version of us on crack for the power scaling to make sense. But you have to set that up. You know what I mean? You can't just, oh, by the way, here's evil us, bye, in 7.0. You have to build up to it. You have to explain why he wasn't there on the 13th, and you have to explain why he wasn't there on the Source or any other shard. Which, him being in prison, being used as an Alexandrian battery, a soul cage, if you will, would make so much sense, because an evil version of us on crack would actually be enough to power a civilization. A very dangerous battery, but if you're desperate in the middle of a war, any port in a storm, and you're starting to see the problem, Alexandria is just like, fuck it, we ball. And all it takes is one idiot to go, fuck it, we ball, to set off a calamity. Desperation leads to stupidity every single time. And that's just not my personal experience. That's every human's personal experience, whether they want to admit it or not. The more desperate you are, the dumber you will be. So yeah, time for the beginning of Final Fantasy 13 too. Yeah, we're going here. I would have G'raha go with us back in time, but when we come back to the present, he's gone. And history has been changed. And we won't find out until 7.55 what happened to him when the new party member to replace Wook Lamot and G'raha Tia comes in. Like the new Wook Lamot of 8.0. A homage to Null Kryce, with Speen joining the team as, one of the Scions to replace G'raha Tia. She's the new all-rounder. She's been training, and she's gotten really good at summon magic, white magic, and as it turns out, she can even now use Electrope to tank. Wow. No need to worry about G'raha being gone. That's going to be a major blow. Nope, we got Speen. Or I guess you could have Null Kryce be the all-rounder, or the Null Kryce reference, and have Speen just be a summoner healer, which I would do it the other way. Yeah, like just have Speen be the weaker character. Just summoner plus healer. Why? Because Dagger, reference, Final Fantasy IX. And then you have Null Kryce just be the all-rounder. Or, well, the character based on him. And you have G'raha basically be, the lightning of the new saga, where he's been sucked into the end of time due to timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff, due to Etro's machinations, and Etro needs a champion, and it's G'raha Tia. Translation: they can't pay the voice actor enough for every expansion, so they need to write him out while still keeping him important. That's my reasoning. That's why I would write it. Just write G'raha out without killing him. How do you do that? By making him the reason we go to Marasidia and try and find a way to save him.
Go peacefully to your rest.
There you go. Motivation. Save G'raha, the quest.
is awash with sadness. Life and death lose all meaning under the rolling waves of chaos. Valhalla. The currents of time do not touch its shores. In this world of lost moments, I begin my life anew.
Hell, you could also write out Alphinaud and Alizé because of FF4 and FF9 reference.
This eternity, it was never your desire. Is that not so?
Just a second. I found the bot. I need to kill it. I hate these things. They just keep getting more aggressive. Fucking bots. Basically bloody demons. Crazy. Fucking crazy ass bots. And of course, I'm dropping frames like a motherfucker as per usual. Boomer internet, can't do anything about it. Oh well, at least I record these VODs, so when I upload them to YouTube, it'll be fine. Anyway, back to watching this. So yeah, you write G'raha out the same way you wrote Lightning out. That way you save money on voice acting, and you have a plot for 8.0. Welcome to 7.55.
Now we cross swords.
The calamity of time, baby. G'raha versus Seamus.
Lose yourself in battle and rejoice! Embrace the terror. Husk of the wandering comet, I summon thee! Impressive.
Save it.
Enough. Let's end this.
That glow.
Cast your shadow over all. Wings of night!
Odin!
Forgotten time, be reborn! This!
Imagine Rahatia versus Zemus in Valhalla. Yeah, I'd write that. That's how I would write 7.55. And yes, I'm watching the entire beginning of 13.2. Why? Because I
kidding
can.
around, huh?
And it's entertaining. I love this game. So yeah, I'd reference this at the end of Gone Trail. Just, why aren't we going to Mara City on 8.0? To save all of space and time from Zemus. And save Grahatia from the end of time, Valhalla. But yeah. Why else would we go to Marasidia?
Cutting you down.
So basically just do to Grahav what they did to Ventilia.
Come on then. What's that do? Right.
Let's not waste time.
Oh yeah.
goddess made a wise choice. Powers of chaos bend to my will. Keeping up?
So you want to destroy everything?
Oblivion is the fate of all things. Now it's my turn. Pathetic!
Let's end this. You're done!
Not today!
Ah, I love this. There's nothing to say. This is an intro. This is how you start a game.
Met my finest opponent.
You're finished, Caius!
Etro's Gate. Of course. The one from the vision. I know your name. Noel Kreis.
What?
Quickly!
What in the...
I'm here!
Where am I?
Valhalla. You prayed for a miracle, and that brought you here. Or am I wrong?
How did you know?
From Valhalla, I can see everything.
Whew.
But who are you?
Lightning.
So yeah, I would just have 7.55 be a recreation of this battle in 14 with Rahatia versus Zemus instead of Lightning versus Caius. And then you would have the Noel Kreis reference show up in Tyrol on a meteorite.
Look out! Here it comes! What now?
Gonna get worse. He's holding back. He's testing us.
And yeah, okay, good enough. You get the reference. Graha sends this new kid back to our time. The meteor comes down, temporal anomalies show up. Temporal fiends from the unseen realm to start attacking Tyrol. We defend Tyrol. Only the people who went back in time to, well, 400 years into the past, into Alexandria's past, to see the war, actually remember what the fuck happened. Because Graha was there, but he disappeared. So, yeah. And only the people who were actually, actually, no. I don't think Speen remembering would make sense. Because history would have been changed. So, only the people in the time portal would remember. And I need to go to the restroom. God damn it, I'll be back. Ugh. Uh, anyway, I thought about it, and it actually makes sense for Speen to remember. Because if you're going to do that Chrono Trigger reference, you would just have a princess swap or a queen swap. So Speen's present self for her past self. So, because of the time paradox thing. Grandfather paradox needs to be averted. That's the reason why you have to rescue her. So, yeah. I would have Speen be able to be... Well, we have Speen remember, the Warrior of Light remember, Kona remember, Y'shtola remember. Because I would have Kona and Y'shtola eventually follow us back. Whew. After figuring out how all this shit works, you know. No, actually, you just have Kona and Yish. You get my point. Just not exactly a one-for-one reference, but only they would remember. Only Yish, Kona, Speen, and the Warrior of Light would remember. And, well, the plot of 8.0 is go to Mericidia, stop a warring triad of temporal entities from breaking the alignment of space and time and causing the Ninth Umbral Calamity. Whew. So yeah, that'd be the plot line. As for my plot theory on the Arcadian and how Jenova is one of those entities and how Jenova would be roped in, well, I would have Jenova be the influence behind the Arcadian and along with Etro and, well, I would save Lavos for Mericidia. Like, two of the three you would already know about. It's like, wait a minute. It's like Etro, you would have Etro just show up, like, be named at the end of 7.55. And you would just have Jenova be named at the end of Arcadian 12, with the Grand Champion being Sephiroth. It's like, Jenova. Just name drop him. Like, just tease him. That being said, Arcadian 4 is just this fight, pretty much. I know Eutrope is not exactly a one-for-one reference to this character or any of the characters in the world that never was, but the backdrop was the world that never was from Kingdom Hearts. So, yeah. Rather than showing the Kingdom Hearts 2 version with spoilers, I just wanted to prove the point that Eutrope was basically a Kingdom Hearts boss in 14. Wicked Thunder was very familiar in a lot of ways. Not the first time I've encountered some random nobody with lightning powers that just kicks your teeth in for no reason. For anyone that hasn't played Kingdom Hearts, you're probably wondering, what the fuck is this thing / guy? As I said, he's a random nobody who decided to beat the shit out of you for no reason.
Who are you?
I didn't stutter. It makes perfect sense if you play the games.
And Sam?
What's that supposed to mean?
This is a good optional super boss. So, yeah. Evil Sith Lord, the super boss.
Get me straight.
Fun fact! Disney did not own... Fun fact, sometime. Disney did not own Star Wars at the time this boss was made. And they got away with this shit. The signs were on the wall. Square Enix knew it was coming. They knew they were good. Seriously, he's a random Sith Lord nobody who decides to try and kill you for no reason. Such an awesome idea for an optional boss. Who later becomes plot relevant. I won't spoil how. Random Sith Lord attack! These things happen, don't think about it. You'll get an aneurysm, that's the plot of Kingdom Hearts. The less you think about the plot, the more it makes sense. No, I suppose it's true of any plot. Meanwhile, speaking of optional super bosses, Arcadian 8 was a reference to Xenogears. So I'll show you the world of Final Fantasy boss, rather than, spoilers. I want to show the intro, it's funny.
Is this a Cogna? Because I don't think they're supposed to put it in this game.
Whoa! Don't say another word! This thing is right where it's supposed to be!
Sorry?
Rain just stopped a world much bigger than this one from imploding.
Dude, really?
Yeah, you almost broke the fourth wall. Wait a minute, this is not a Final Fantasy boss! It's not supposed to be in this game! Whoa, shut up! We're not in a game! Stop it with the self-awareness. You aren't Deadpool. You can't get away with this shit.
Let's show them what we can do.
Speaking of very Xenogears-esque, Final Fantasy 13. Also, yeah,
Time to put a stop to this.
Arcadian 8, the babyface character, very reminiscent of Snow in some ways, I guess. That and maybe a little bit of Cloud and Angeal. In the DNA, potentially.
Not done yet.
Oh yeah, optional super boss. World of Final Fantasy is just based on Xenogears. With that knowledge in mind, who do I think is the boss of Arcadian 9? Well, it's a character from The World Ends With You and a character from Final Fantasy VII. The entire compilation fused together. Imagine this boss fight, but with Twister!
Everyone okay?
Arcadian 9, baby!
Hey.
First round of the heavyweight division.
He got away.
The president of Ascension Arcadia himself!
About time we made ours.
Pretending to be a regular fighter and not revealing his identity. Basically, Rufus and Joshua fused together.
Sure you want to do this personally, boss?
If it ain't Rufus
himself.
Yep.
Stop.
The hell I will. We can finish off the family here and now.
Take Aerith and get out of here. I'll buy you guys some time.
I can stay here. Back you up.
Barrett. I'm asking you. Please.
Fine. Have it your way then. But you better be right behind us.
You're a soldier, aren't you? Which, of course, would mean that I own you.
Ex-soldier. I quit.
Secure the others.
So on the other hand, you could have this exchange, but with the Howling Blade.
Just the two of us.
Point is, I think it's going to be a bit of Joshua DNA in this boss, along with Rufus.
Well, maybe three.
Let's get this over with.
No.
Think fast.
So, yeah, you get the idea. Beastmaster Hunter boss. And, well, might as well listen to Twister while we're at it real quick. Just for an idea of what the boss theme might sound like. I mean, after all, you have the Arcadian 6 boss heavily inspired by Splatoon. Whew. So, yeah. Wouldn't be out of place in the Raid series to have a boss theme based on Twister. Especially, look at these guys. They look kind of familiar, don't they? Imagine Soken remixing this. Or making a song inspired by it, basically. You know what I mean?
Morning rays, years and cranes, turn to the west, the west, the west. Honest, there wasn't a dream. Bell Society, the unity. Cornet and spinning it and sound flows. Flow through home, trapped by the power of the dream. The power is yet unknown. Morning rays, years and cranes, turn to the west, the west, the west. Honest, there wasn't a dream. Bell Society, the unity. Cornet and spinning it and sound flows. Flow through home, trapped by the power of the dream. The power is yet unknown.
So, yeah. Anyway, Arcadian 10, Genesis! What, you gotta have, if you're gonna have a Final Fantasy VII 13 World Ends With You raid tier, with references to other games that vibe with that aesthetic, you gotta have Mr. Loveless himself as a boss!
Genesis is up ahead.
Or a character inspired by him.
My soul, corrupted by vengeance, hath endured torment to find the end of the journey. In my own salvation, you're late.
Loveless again.
You have succeeded Angeal's spirit, and carry a part of Sephiroth within you. Thus, the three friends are reunited once again. And Loveless is reenacted.
No! Open your eyes, Genesis!
When the War of the Beasts brings about the world's end.
I've come here to help you.
Yeah, there's no helping this guy.
Descends from the sky.
He's just as crazy as I am.
Wings of light.
I'm
and
obsessed
dark
with Final
spread
Fantasy.
afar.
He's obsessed with
She
Loveless.
guides
There's
us
no
to
saving
bliss.
us.
Her gift everlasting.
What is that?
The gift of the goddess. A heavenly boon found only in Benora.
I thought the cells were the gift.
There are various interpretations.
I don't understand.
To ponder the mystery is in itself a gift. We will all join the life stream. You are no exception. The planet has become my guardian.
Keep talking to me. Don't let it take over. You're not a monster. You're one of us. Damn you!
Oh yeah.
Activating combat mode.
This would be a boss arena. And a boss. Genesis Avatar for Arcadian 10. Oh yeah, Genesis Avatar. Woo-wee!
Better run for it.
Is this the end?
No, not if I can help it.
Huh.
Warm-up's over.
The power of soldier.
All right, here comes the big one.
And I'm watching the entire boss fight because there's something that happens after the final boss that will be a teaser for Etro. Yeah, I'd actually tease Etro in the raid.
Show me the true power of soldier. Mind your own business.
It's like the gift of the goddess has purified my soul's degradation. I'm cured. I'm free from the Arcadian. Gift of the goddess? Who the fuck? Who's the goddess? What the hell just happened?
My soul, corrupted by vengeance, hath endured torment to find the end of the journey in my own salvation. And your eternal slumber.
Oof.
Does this mean you knew from the beginning?
He's just crazy like I am. He doesn't know shit. He's just winging it.
Stand and fight, soldier first class.
Zack? Why is everyone always pushing things on me? Yeah.
Ah, yes. And I would have the Arcadian 10 boss theme just be this. But Phase 1 is Humanoid Genesis. Phase 2 is just his avatar. The soldier way, baby.
Cloud, there you are. Are you all right?
Sir, do you know this guy?
He's a friend and a fellow country boy. So, is he up for some food?
What? Food? We'd love some. Woohoo!
Huh? No, wait. What to do? Okay, listen. I'll treat you guys to some food as well. In return, you all take care of Cloud.
Sir! Thank you, sir!
Thank you, Zack. Maybe I'll go with you too.
Conflict resolved.
Oh yeah. And of course, I would have Etro play the part of Minerva here and purify everyone's souls, except for the last bosses. He's not corrupted. He was just born different. And yeah, I would have Etro be mixture of different goddess entities in Final Fantasy, including Minerva. In fact, I would have Etro be the only good member of the Warring Triad, and have Etro be the planet's actual will. You know how Hydaelyn usurped the Zodiark's will, and Zodiark would have usurped Etro's will? Now they're both dead. Etro is now in control of the planet again. Like the original planet's will that the ancients never actually connected with. Anyway, it's time to set the Arcadian on fire, because, to set the stage for Arcadian 11, it's been, 6 days since Eutrope and, the little girl were kidnapped as collateral for the Reaper's game to keep us playing. Time for round 3, the last round of the Reaper's game, and well, there may not be red regulators making everyone into a hive mind. That would be a little too on the nose, but red special edition Arcadian only regulators that brainwash everyone. But no. Besides an FF14, we could just fix that with like a proxy. I mean, it's not even that dramatic. Also, in the actual game I'm referencing, you could just break the damn thing and it would free their mind. So it's not even true temporal. We've experienced worse in 14. You could just skip that part of the reference. But we're dealing with a Final Fantasy VII reference now, and there's a reason why I said 6 days, because the first 2 rounds happen on day 6. The last 2 rounds happen on day 7 after the grand champion of the arena does not show up and is disqualified. Turns out after Arcadian 10, the person in Arcadian 10 lets drop some secrets about the birth of the guy we're going to fight in Arcadian 12, and what really is going on with Ascension Arcadia and why the souls are degrading. And it has nothing to do with the souls being imbibed. No, that's an actual red herring. It's an experiment. A science experiment. The Alexandrians discovered some sort of life form from that was originally found on the source but made its way to the 9th due to shenanigans, and yeah, and they found like a piece of this alien life form in a geological stratum, which from the Alexandrian standpoint, Alexandrian time frame, is 2,000 years old, and you're already starting to see where this is going. And yeah, that piece of the life form wants a reunion with the source counterpart in Mericidia. And yeah, anyway, suffice it to say, due to Hydaelyn shenanigans, this Jenova was split into well, multiple pieces all across space and time. Because, yeah, I mean, as I said, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly expansion coming up. So, effects are preceding cause, and Jenova ended up in multiple different time periods and needs to be rejoined. Like Zodiark. But, it's an alien. And, yeah. The Grand Champion of the Arcadian. I would just make him a reference to the main antagonist of Final Fantasy VII. Make him a platinum-haired bun boy because, you know, give Zep her husbando. And her best husbando. Like, an evil, edgy bun boy that she's always wanted. Long-haired, platinum-haired bun boy with a giant samurai sword that, has mommy issues. All the ladies want to fix this man. You can't fix what was never broken because he was insane from the start. And yeah, on the 7th day, he will light the Arcadian on fire. He may be disqualified because of his existential crisis. But he's not done fighting. He will never be a memory. The arena will, though. He's about to burn it down. For you see, the corpse of the brute bomber was being stored in an electrope coffin. And that was moved to the middle of the arena by a certain platinum-haired bun boy, and he's now using his newfound awakened Jenova powers to, bring him back for Arcadian 11. There's a reason why the arena's on fire, and a good chunk of Solution 9. It's because, yeah, the Feral Abominator has decided to pull an Undertaker and burst out of the coffin and light everything on fire. And before we, fight him, we see this iconic shot as the Grand Champion leaves the arena to go to the research facility where he was pretty much made. Oh yeah, I'd go here. Whew. So, yeah. Feral Abominator. God in fire, baby. Woo! Arcadian 11 is just feral chaos. Mixed with the brute bomber.
Let us open a path. Prepare.
So yeah, at 50% I would have it switch to God in Fire. Oh yeah, God and fire. Whew. That is all. Versus broken, lost is. Ah, yes, the power of Discord. Nexus Ultimate! So, yeah. And then, of course, Arcadian 12 in the basement of the, of one of the power facilities. You know, that one power facility that you have an aetheryte crystal to out in the middle of damn nowhere? Why is there an aetheryte crystal to this power facility in the middle of nowhere where nothing happens in the MSQ? No side quests take you there. And if I'm right, in 7.3, the power is going to go out for everything except for the Arcadian, which has its own backup system. That, and of course, Zariel Jaw's shit is on its own system as well. Like, everything pretty much shuts down. So there's no need for an electro power reactor in the middle of nowhere, and there's an aetheryte next to it for some reason. It's a red... You would think it's a red herring, but no, it's just waiting for the right moment. For you see, in the basement of that place is a Genova Research Facility run by Ascension Arcadia. They hid their research under the power plant. In the basement, Arcadian 12 awaits. This is going to be one hell of an incident on the books. The Alexandrian people are going to have to cover this shit up. Nobody's going to want to trade with Alexandria if they knew about this. Thankfully, the Bun Boy was a rogue psychopath, and it was an isolated incident, and there is nothing beneath the Electro facility, and the Warrior of Light is full of shit. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
What is Cloud doing?
Especially this.
Beats
There
me.
is no Arcadian 12. And he's
By the way,
this guy is definitely not going to be
you three.
relevant plot-wise for the MSQ in 5 years. This isn't Crystal Tower 2.
Well, I'm not
It's
sure
just
what
a
I should tell you.
reference. Would I lie to you?
Well,
He's not coming back.
that's an interesting sword you're carrying.
The Howling Blade will impale him and throw him
I
into the
see.
fucking life stream.
So that's a Keyblade.
And we
And I
all know
suppose you
someone
must
thrown
be
into
its
the life
chosen
stream is
wielder.
pretty much dead
So
if they
what
hit
if
the
I
ground.
am?
Unless they're superhuman or something, but like us, but there's no way this guy, the grand champion of the Arcadian, could survive such a fall into a massive fuck ton of ether. It would never happen.
Know your place. Give into the dark. Into the dark. This heartless angel. That's enough.
Light.
Perish now.
So, yeah. This will be one hell of a fight on Savage. Descend the Heartless Angel. Healer check time.
That's enough.
It's over.
Give into the dark. That's enough. Descend, heartless angel. That's enough. Give in.
Back off. It's over. It's over.
Give into the dark.
Give me strength.
Heartless angel. That's enough. Give into the dark.
Take this.
The time has come. Let us. Accept the darkness.
Give me strength. Take this.
Into the dark. Enough.
This is it.
Woo!
That's enough. Descend, heartless angel.
So, yeah. That is my, prediction. And it is one hell of a prediction, isn't it? It's probably not going to come true. But boy, oh boy. Am I a fucking mad lad if I call this? There's no fucking shot any of this is happening, but it'd be funny if it did. And now, after 2 hours and 15 minutes, I'm going to summarize my theory and then actually play the game. You know, summarize the theory for people who don't want spoilers for other games. A quick, snappy Twitch clip, if you will. 7.3. We go back to the first. Reen and Gaia are trying to purify the 13th. There's a bunch of void sent on the moon for this experiment's purposes. And, well, meanwhile, in Tyrol, they learn the location of Calyx. And the reason they learn the location of Calyx is because, well, turns out Speen's crown was a red herring. You're expecting Speen to come back. And she will come back. You're expecting the data Speen, the copy of the copy, to come back via possession of the real Speen. But it's a red herring. She nearly gets possessed. And you're thinking she's going for the key. Oh no, yes, she's studying it. We're gone. We can't stop her. But Speen regains control of herself and casts out her other self. Woohoo! Calyx doesn't get his hands on the key. Well, joke's on you. Because the Calyx must get the key for my plot theory to work. And Alphinaud and Alisaie will deliver it to Calyx's lair. Because, plot twist! Alphinaud and Alisaie were kidnapped the entire time before we even got on the boat in 7.0! That was not Alphinaud and Alisaie throughout the entire MSQ. The reason they were poorly characterized even more than the other Scions is because they weren't Scions! They are the Jesters of Alexandria. Zorn and Thorn in disguise! Nobody would suspect Zorn and Thorn to be disguised basically as their source equivalents. That would be too on the nose. I mean, you mean the blue kid and the pink kid are actually the blue jester and the pink jester? Nah. Nah, that... with an electro disguise. Nah, man. Nah, that's crazy. Anyway, Zorn and Thorn, disguised as Alphinaud and Alisaie, steal the key. Because Yish is distracted by Speen's antics. Which is the whole point of leaving the crown there. That's why Calyx left the crown. Either Speen returns to him with the key, or Zorn and Thorn do. Or all three of them do. Someone's coming back with his key. Gotta have redundancy. Every good mad scientist has a backup plan. So, yeah. The fake Alphinaud and fake Alisaie teleport to the Aetheryte and Shalone. Everyone lets them know that Alphinaud and Alisaie have been seen in Shalone and they're heading towards the Bloody Desert. And everyone's like, crap. Calyx must be in the desert. Quick, we must go to the desert without the Warrior of Light. Because we can't get a hold of the Warrior of Light. Something's jamming communications between, you know, the different shards that we set up. It's Calyx. For you see, the whole reason we go back to the first is because Reen and Gaia send us a message, you know, via the system. Like, Reen and Gaia contact us via Zero, and, you know, Zero relays it to, you know, well, to the Loporrits, and the Loporrits relay it to us on the source. But as it turns out, Reen and Gaia sent no such message. And we arrive on the first much to their surprise, they're like, "Wait, what are you doing here, Warrior of Darkness? We don't need you for this." And how did you know? Oh, we called you? We didn't call you. It was bait. We had to be lured away from the key. Zorn and Thorn could not take us if we were there. Or they could, but it would be unlikely they could take the key from us. And Yish. Yish alone, with being disoriented, easily. Though if we were there, no chance of that plan working. So we had to be lured away at the right moment, the right time. Speaking of the right moment at the right time, since we've now established Calyx knows about this experiment, he knows about all those voids sent on the 13th moon, and he now has the key. Oh dear. He's about to open a gate to the 13th moon. He needs a fuck ton of dark ether to make true endless, and he has zero ethics. He's opening that gate. Meanwhile, the Scions are chasing the fake Alphino and fake Alizé into the desert. And while wandering around these ruins, the Scions fall into a hole. Turns out these ancient Ronkin ruins are connected to the first, and they fall into a teleporter and meet us on the first. Because yeah, turns out that experiment is based around trying to get Voidsent to eat light ether in hopes of cleansing them. So, opening the void portal needs to be opened, you know, near a massive source of light, with the crystal tower being used as like basically a conduit to absorb the light ether and then beam it through. So basically, we'll be near ancient Ronkin ruins and the Empty. They'll come out basically somewhere in the Empty, near the desert zone in, well, you know, the Shadowbringers desert zone. Amarang, that's the name. They'll end up in Amarang, climb up and out of the Empty, really near the light wall, and just everyone will just end up in the bloody desert of Amarang. And then the Scions will be like, "Are we in Amarang?" Meanwhile, while they are in Amarang, the experiment begins. Light is being siphoned from the light wall in the Empty into the crystal tower and then being beamed towards the 13th moon. There's like a massive light burst going towards the moon and a void gate being opened using the crystal tower. And it's just light pulses going through the void gate, but they're quick void gates to make sure the Voidsent don't come through. All the safety measures have been accounted for. Nothing could possibly go wrong except for Calyx. For you see, Calyx wants all those Voidsent, and he wants to open a gate to between the 13th and the source. So, it doesn't really matter what safety precautions protect the first. The first was never the target of these Voidsent and their ravenous hunger. It's Tural. Because, right. Oh, I have an idea to improve the Aetheryte systems of Tural. You get the nerd out shit, like he's a machinist. And so while everyone's just making their way to the Crystarium manually, because they can't just leave Wuk-Labat and Kono behind in Amarang. That would be a problem. You can't leave two major world leaders on another planet. So you got to make your way to the Crystarium to figure out what the hell is going on. After all, we would be at the Crystarium watching the experiment unfold that we shouldn't even know about. So it makes sense that they would head for the Crystarium to link up with us in this scenario. Okay. Meanwhile, in Tural, the ancient floating Ronkin ruin rises up out of the desert, enhanced by Electrope, by Calyx's machinations. It is basically another Ronkin Everkeep, if you will. A Ronkin Everkeep that will be designated for the purposes of this theory Lunatic Pandora. It's his desert palace, which is going to fly right over Tyrol and out into the ocean. Like, smack dab in the middle of three great land masses. Tyrol, the rest of Aetheris, like Eorzea being the closest, like Sharlayan being the closest, and Mericidia. Like, the three great land masses is going to be in the center of all three. Like, 3 leaves of a clover! We'll call this point on the map, this island, he will have Lunatic Pandora over, Tears Point! If you play the source material, you're already starting to see where this is going. So, anyway, at Tears Point, Calyx will open a gate to the 13th. And they drink some Mountain Dew. Calyx will open a gate to the 13th. And the Voidsent will be drawn through the gate into the Lunatic Pandora. Along with a specific, special Voidsent that wasn't on the 13th for years, because the Alexandrians were using the power of the war effort, including all of their technology, all of that electro that they were channeling, kind of like Miss, although that's another game. Yeah, well, they had a certain Warrior of Darkness, our shard from the 13th, enhanced by the power of Darkness. They were using him as a battery. And of course, the safest place to put a Voidsent of that caliber, where nothing bad will ever happen with the guy, is space, after all. If you seal him away in space, remove his soul, and separate his soul from his body, put him in an electro prison that's also basically a giant battery, then you can't really have his soul return to his body because they're now separate, and yeah, you can't really junction the soul back, so to speak. So he's trapped up there. He's not coming down, but he is, because the Voidsent are coming down en masse towards the new ether source, the Lunatic Pandora, drawing them in, showering Aetheris in darkness, and ravenous demons that want to suck out everyone's ether. Some of them fall into the ocean, some of them fall into various land masses of Tyrol and Eorzea. The world is blanketed in darkness. So, yeah. Whew. So this lunar cry, let's call it, happens, and a prison containing Darkbird, falls into the Lunatic Pandora. All according to Calyx's master plan! Or should I say, Zemus's master plan! For you see, Calyx is being influenced, mind-controlled, if you will, by our dark counterpart. The soul that was separated from the body? Yeah, that's it in Calyx. Calyx is corrupted by Zemus. And Golbez and Zero fall into the Lunatic Pandora as well. Also, Alphino and Alizé are held prisoner in this Lunatic Pandora and need to escape. No worries, though, we'll reunite with them in the dungeon. Because now that we've watched all this happen from the Crystarium, all the Scions are like, Calyx has played us for fools. He planned all of this. He knew way more than he should about how everything is supposed to work. He planned around us. He's an evil fucking genius. We have to stop him. We must return to Aetheris. And Lukelmont's like, do we go back to Tyrol? No, we must go to Sharlayan. We need the Ragnarok to reach this lunatic Pandora. So, anyway. Thankfully, though, Ragnarok has been outfitted with electrope devices for space exploration because side quests. Whether you did it or not, the Ragnarok has it. Which means they can make electrope claws to grip on, the makeshift docking procedure. It can create out of thin air with a mixture of Loperit technology and electrope technology. An electrope railgun, not that you need such a thing for space exploration, but it'd be really cool if you needed to bust into a makeshift Ronkin Everkeep with a, to do a dungeon. So yeah, that'd be a really cool cutscene, let me tell you. Just blow a hole in the damn thing and just siege the lunatic Pandora. Get that key back. Kill Calyx. So yeah, the Ragnarok has already been retrofitted due to the space exploration. We're good to go. No need to wait for another patch. And we just fly straight towards Lunatic Pandora, blow a hole in the damn thing. And, yeah, dungeon time. First two bosses of the dungeon, Zorn and Thorn, who have dropped disguise and are now jesters. The jesters of Alexandria. So you kick their asses and, well, beat the shit out of them. They're pretty much like, mercy no more! It's like, too powerful, run away! They just run away. Mid-dungeon. Like, you don't even kill them, they just run off. Like, fuck. They're too powerful, run away! Their attacks are basically Meteorite and Light Flare, because, they're kind of a joke boss. That's it, that's all they can do. Just, Thorn gives Zorn Meteorite power. Zorn gives Thorn Light Flare power. Once you defeat one of them, the boss fight ends. They share a health pool. So once you beat Zorn and Thorn, the next boss of Lunatic Pandora. Ha ha! The next boss would be, if I was making it, because I would split. Look, I'd be doing something cool for 7.4. I'd be bringing this back for 7.4. So, the second boss would be Tantarian. So yeah, second boss, Tantarian, a giant demonic voidsent book. So you kill Tantarian, and then the last boss is, I was thinking Data Speen again, but it makes sense to be Calyx, and then the trial also be Calyx. Dungeon boss Calyx, and then trial Calyx that they're powering up with the power of darkness. So yeah, dungeon boss is just Calyx, mad scientist. And he's just a scholar. He has darkness tornadoes, similar attacks to Tantarian, but some extra attacks like lightning attacks, because Alexandria lightning abilities. A gravity attack where he sucks you in like a gravity tornado. It's just like darkness scholar. Think darkness scholar with dark and wind. Huh. Kind of like a boss in another game that's not even a Final Fantasy game. Weird. Who's also kind of a really short, gray-haired mad scientist. Yay for reference! So after you beat his first form, he's like, I absorbed all the souls of these Voidsent, including the soul of this Voidsent that I brought down as part of my master plan. I will destroy you now. I can finally achieve it. The true power of eternity. True endless. I shall become. This is the power of trance! And he basically becomes red-haired with a Mikote tail. Because I would have the evil Darkbert, be a Makote. Mix it up. You can't have them all just be Meteor. You gotta have a little bit of a variety. And, he's a Void Scent. He can change his form at will. He's predatory. And, when I think of predators, maybe this is just me projecting my own love of cats onto everything, but I think of a giant, vicious, bloodthirsty, psychotic, evil, scheming house cat. So, Darkbert is a red-haired Makote. And, now that he's absorbed the soul of Zemus, Calyx is basically a red-haired Makote mad scientist with a torn lab coat. Because reference. And now it's time for the trial boss. Trial boss theme? The darkness of eternity, of course. Because reference. So, you beat the trial boss. On Extreme, he gets Ultima. Why? Because reference, and Extreme's non-canon. Whew. So, anyway. After you beat Trance Calyx, as I would call him, he pretty much dies, and his Void Scent souls go spewing everywhere, including Zemus's. And because Zemus's body has been perfectly preserved, unlike normal Void Scent, which take a while to rejoin with their lost souls, Zemus breaks out of stasis immediately. There's nothing you could do against Zemus. Turns out the reason Calyx would have Ultima on Extreme is because Zemus has Ultima. He's not just corrupted by darkness. He's corrupted by Ultima. You know, Ultima, the one of the bad guys that has been teased forever? Yeah. So he basically just us, but corrupted the same way Athena and the Ultima weapon technically was. And just like the Ultima weapon and Athena, and the source material, he blows up the place we're in. He blows up the lunatic Pandora. He blows a hole in the fucking roof and flies out. Just pure, mindless, raw, dark power destruction. And the lunatic Pandora begins to crumble, and we're forced to flee for our lives. Back to the Ragnarok. We managed to escape, but the badly broken lunatic Pandora, broken, not completely destroyed, sinks into the ocean. Kind of like the reverse of the source material. And a lot of the Void Scent, including the Void Scent souls that sink into the ocean with it. And there's a dark, corrupted, drunken Alexandrian ruin with electro powers. Like a broken Everkeep in the ocean, which will come back later because, we're about to deal with one hell of a black omen, if you will, of what is to come. But thankfully, we managed to escape on the Ragnarok. Whew. And nobody dies. So, Alphinaud and Alisaie rejoin us on the way out, of course. Like, Alphinaud and Alisaie break out of their cell, and it's like, Alphinaud and Alisaie are like, what the hell is going on? Don't leave us behind. What the hell's going on? It's like, look, the place is collapsing, and we have almost no time. The clock, the in-game solo duty says 30 minutes, but we don't really have 30 minutes. That's just for gameplay reasons. So, yeah, you might want to get your asses to gear and get back to the Ragnarok. Where's the Ragnarok? Follow us! We time to flee. Everything's falling to pieces. And, yeah. Zero and Golbez are like, holy crap, we join you as well. We were in here as well. Oh, you guys were in here. Cool. Follow us. Nah, no thank you, Amy. But thanks for the offer. Anyway, back to plot theory crafting / summarizing what I think 7.3 is going to look like. So yeah, anyway, Zero and Golbez join us on the Ragnarok, and we just all managed to escape the lunatic Pandora dropping into the ocean. And yeah, that's 7.3. And I would have the Deep Dungeon basically just be another Final Fantasy IX reference, a place called the Shimmering Island. And basically, you know those blind treasure islands in Blind Frost and Othard? Well, you get to explore a snowy island that has like a subterranean volcano deeper down, and that's the Deep Dungeon. That's how I would make it. It's like its own separate thing, and it's like we're looking for treasure in the Shimmering Island. And I would have 7.3 end with everyone going, well, we managed to escape, but a small, localized version, temporary, localized version of the Storm Surge has covered all of Aetheris. It'll fade in like a little while, but the Storm Surge has covered all of Aetheris temporarily. Like the weather pattern is just Storm Surge. Because, yeah, all that electrope, lightning, ether, battery shit, yeah, when the lunatic Pandora blew up, it temporarily contaminated Aetheris. So the Storm Surge has temporarily covered all of Aetheris. Void Scent are everywhere eating people. There's new fates to farm for, like, relic weapons. Everything's on fire. Thanks, well, us, really, in more ways than one. Because, as I said, Zemus, Darkbert. So, we really fucked up, didn't we? The royal we really fucked the world up temporarily. And as for where Zemus would go, I'm not going to spoil that just yet. So, yeah. Alexandria is disabled. The Alexandrians are free from their regulators forever. There is no more electrope technology. As I said, the Arcadian and the Zarieljaw stuff operates off of a separate network, so that's still on. We still have the Echoes of Vana'diel and stuff to do. And in 7.3, we just realized, crap. We still have to deal with Zarieljaw. That didn't turn off. Well, time to deal with Zarieljaw again. What Final Fantasy XI bosses would they have for us? No idea, because I haven't played 11. But it would just be more rehashes. That being said, I do know Shinryu is in Final Fantasy XI. And it's Promathia, one of the gods, turned into Shinryu due to timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly bullshit. I know that much about the plot. So, considering it's a god version of Shinryu, that's probably the last boss of the Alliance Raid series in 7.5. So I can confirm God Shinryu is coming up at some point, but it won't be in the MSQ. It'll be Alliance Raid. Basically, we will have our Nova Dragon fight in the Alliance Raid. So, yeah, and then 7.4 would be, well, what we're looking for, Zemus. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck he went. Turns out the lunatic Pandora was not done. The Void Scent corrupted it over time in the bottom of the ocean. And it has, due to void-corrupted electrope technology, it's become a giant killer robot with dark angel wings. Wow, it's basically Dark Alexander with red eyes and red lasers. Yeah, you get the reference. It's the Giant of Alexandria, or the Alexandrian weapon. And, it's currently walking towards Sharlayan. And, we have to stop it. Like a giant robotic void sent of death is the next dungeon. And as it turns out, Zemus is so powerful he can break Memoria. So, yeah. The trial bosses will be, familiar. They'll be back for one last, World of Darkness style hurrah. But first, the dungeon. The, Giant of Alexandria. Which the last dungeon boss will basically just be a mixture of Mobile Type 8 and the CPU. It'll just be a void-corrupted Mobile Type 8 CPU that you need to kill. Maybe even a void-corrupted version of that Beatrix wannabe boss, Zelenia. Dark Zelenia is like the second boss. Where you just have to kill... Where it's just yelling in Trust dialogue, "Kill me! End it!" Because reference. And then, of course, the first dungeon boss would be Melta Gemini. It's Zorn and Thorn again, and you're like, oh, these jesters again, I could beat them easily, just like last time. They're even weaker for some reason. They're going down faster than 7.3. What the fuck? They become Melt the Void Sent, Melta Gemini for Phase 2. And then you kick Melta Gemini's ass, then you have to fight against Dark Zelenia, and then the Dark CPU of the Giant. And as the Giant is become immobile, there's, well, Golbez has a few old friends to take care of, because I would have him be the tank one of the tank / DPS characters for this dungeon. Golbez Redemption Arc, baby! Golbez and Zero for the dungeon. Along with the Warrior of Light. And would just be the 4 Archfiends again! Golbez's old compatriots, brought back by Zemus. Their life restored by Zemus to rob us of ours. And the trial boss is just the 4 Archfiends! You have to fight all 4 of them at once, and Extreme would be crazy. How Rubicante probably has yearned for this. So yeah, we take out the Giant of Alexandria and save the day! Woohoo! Still no sign of Zemus. Where the fuck did he go? We fought the remnants of the lunatic Pandora turned into Dark Alexander. But, and Sharlayan's a bit scuffed, but everyone's still alive, mostly. So, where the hell is Zemus? Well, we would learn that in, 7.55. But first, 7.5. You know, 7.5 is we go to Tyrol. There's a party, because of course there's a party. It's Wook Lamont. And Wook Lamont's like, well, you saved the day. There's a peace between Alexandria and Tuliol. The peace treaty has been officially signed. And all's well that ends well. Yeah, Zemus is nowhere to be found, but don't worry about it. You know? Don't worry about where Zemus is. I mean, that's for next expansion. He's somewhere. Ah, and the storm surge has finally faded. And the sky's clear. And it's beautiful. And, you know, it's a perfect excuse to party. We saved the day. The Void Sent have been mostly contained and killed. permanently, and Golbez's Grand Crusade technically happened anyway. Everything's fine. There's so yeah. Meanwhile, 7.4 would just have the Arcadian, and the Arcadian would just be the Arcadian bosses. Before we get to 7.5 in the party, the after party. I forgot about the Arcadian. 7.4 Arcadian stuff. Okay, I got some predictions for you. The Ascension Arcadia president. He will basically be a blonde-haired dude wearing a white outfit with white angel wings and a pet dog named Darkstar. Multiple references happening here. Boss theme? Twister or something based on it. Arcadian 10 will be a red mage obsessed with Loveless, if you know what I mean. When the war of the beast brings about the world's end, yada yada yada. He's a different guy, but he's the same character, and you already know his entire arena shtick, and you just want to kill him every time he speaks. Because every single one of his words is just Loveless, 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 Loveless. I really love Loveless. My entire shtick in the arena is that it is a homage to the play Loveless. Loveless, 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 Loveless. Degradation. Loveless, 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 Degradation. There you go. That's his story arc. And afterwards, he gets the gift of the goddess, and it cures his degradation. And everyone else's degradation except for the grand champion of the arena. And, yeah, the gift of the goddess will just be just as literal as the source material, but instead of it'll be a different goddess. It will be, Etro from the Lightning Saga. Mix it up a bit. Anyway. And then Arcadian 11 will just be the 7th day. Because, you know, the first 6 days, we were just waiting for the last heavyweight competition. You know, after 6 days after Eutrope and the little girl was kidnapped, the first 2 fights happened. Then on the 7th day, the grand champion, who's now disqualified for not showing up for the final match, has a psychotic break due to being a genetically engineered clone of some weird entity called Genova. Don't think about it. He's a platinum-haired bun boy with a black outfit and long hair and a freaking really long samurai sword. He's badass. He may sound very familiar, but he's a different guy, trust me. He wouldn't want the same thing, but in 14, that would be weird. That would be like a rehash, like half the bosses in this plotline. Don't think about it. Anyway, point is, Arcadian 11 is the Brute Bomber coming back as a homage to Feral Chaos, the Feral Abomination, and he burns down the arena. You get the platinum hair bun boy doing his glam shot as he in the rafters of the arena as he walks out as it's on fire. You know the shot I'm talking about. And yeah, you fight the Feral Abominator in the burning arena. And the boss theme will just be Cantata Mortis with 50% being God and Fire. Because you know. And he will be a reference to both that guy and another one of the big bads of the new saga. Suffice to say, we're dealing with a warring triad. I've already name-dropped Genova. This version of Feral Chaos will have a giant turtle shell and needle spikes that come out of it as a counter, and you already know who the second guy is, and I already name-dropped Etro, which is basically the origin of Sophia, the goddess. So we have Etro, we have Genova, which led to the primal Sephiroth in Mericidia. Haha, very funny. See what I did there? And then, of course, you have Zurvan's origin, and the origin of the Feral Abomination, because it wasn't just Genova being researched in this lab that drove Bun Boy insane. It was an entity known as Lavos. We get to the bottom of the power plant where the secret research facility was. You know the one out in Heritage Found with the Aetheryte that literally hunters go to, but and guard, but there's like no fucking reason for hunters to guard it other than it being a useful power plant. That no longer works due to the plot of 7.3, if my prediction ends up being correct on that one. And so you just... Yeah, the Bun Boy heads to the power plant because reference. Anyway, he heads to the power plant for Arcadian 12, the final battle. But Arcadian 11 happens in the remnants of the burning arena. And the Arcadian burns down. What an incident. Ascension Arcadia has horrible safety measures. This is like an incident. The Arcadia incident. Which will be relevant plot-wise in 5 years, just like the Crystal Tower. Anyway, then you fight the Bun Boy in the basement of the Electro power plant thing. The Howling Blade pretty much just chucks him into a deactivated Electrope processing facility that is filled with like life stream. And he falls into the life stream, and we never see him again. He will not be relevant. There's no way he's going to be one of the bad guys for the new saga. Don't think about it. He's not back. He's never... He will be a memory this time. Trust me. I know that Square Enix references him in every single work of fiction ever, and they always say he will be a memory at some point. But this time it's true. Trust me. They would never reference this guy for the 200th time in 14. Also, we get a really cool, sick glam for the samurai, so who cares? Samurai and monks will eat good if I were making this expansion. Oh, that outfit's sick. Though it looks way better on a samurai because it's canon. Especially the sword. Being based on a completely different... Being based on the sword, you know? You gotta have the full glam. Anyway. So yeah, Platinum Hair Bun Boy falls into live stream. We find a research facility. We learn about an alien entity found in a geological stratum named Genova on the 9th. Crashed into the 9th like 2,000 years ago, and it's seemingly, according to 30 years of research by Ascension Arcadia due to the time dilation bubble peg, also on the source. Genova corruption detected, Mericidia. Also, someone pushes the wrong button and we get a recording of what caused the initial storm surge to begin with. What caused all the lightning, the electrope, to spray out all over the world, to corrupt the world and bring it to ruin, to calamity. We get a little bit of a backstory into Alexandria, and we find out that that an entity by the name of, well, Lavos caused this. It destroyed the 9th. Turns out it was the original power source of, well, Alexandria before Lavos blew up the planet. Everyone just hunkered in the bunker from the storm surge and electrope domes. The storm surge kept spreading due to climate disaster, due to the Ascians messing with the ether of the shard, tipping it towards lightning, which is why Lavos causes a lightning calamity, because it was already set up by the Ascians. And, yeah, basically Lavos blows up the 9th, and that's what happened. And, of course, it turns out Lavos, according to studies done, is ancient and predates the ancients. It is technically sundered on every shard. And so too does Genova. It's like, and it's on every shard. We're like, Lavos Genova? And then there's like one last file labeled Etro. But there's no data on Etro. It's just like, Etro in ancient Mericidian legends. Like, yeah, I bring that in. The Mericidian legend. Etro in ancient Mericidian legends is referred to as the goddess of the planet. Scholars speculate that Etro refers to Hydaelyn. After interacting with the people of Tyral who have recently learned about Hydaelyn, scholars now believe this Etro represents Hydaelyn. No further research is required. They are not separate entities. Which would naturally contradict what I just said about the ending of Arcadian 10, wouldn't it? Etro showing up, the gift of the goddess. There's something here, but they didn't research it because they just thought it was Hydaelyn. I mean, a goddess of light? Yep, Hydaelyn. That's just another name for Hydaelyn. Mericidian name for Hydaelyn. Don't think about it. Not the third Warring Triad member. Next. And yeah, I would just use the Arcadian to set up the MSQ, but I would just be a bit more direct about it. I would literally just have the research facility have all the goodies. Like Ascension Arcadia was researching these entities for some reason. And yeah, that's how I would end the Arcadian. Phase Shift Solution 9, melted arena, burnt down, innocent people dead. It's an atrocity, it's an incident. The Brute Bomber's body just explodes and there's nothing left of him. Bun Boy disappears. Platinum-haired Bun Boy swordsman disappears. Nobody has seen him since. And due to the treasure trove of knowledge found in the reactor, it's just the Scions are like, we're not going to tell anyone about this. We need to research this shit ourselves more. And yeah, nobody knows what happens to the Bun Boy. To the people of Alexandria, he just disappeared. He committed an atrocity, and then the official narrative, according to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, which is half true, is that he died afterwards. He just couldn't handle the degradation of his soul or something. He snapped. Yep, the end. Meanwhile, a handful of people, including the raid characters, know the truth. It's like Jenova caused our degradation. Jenova contains souls. That's a problem. That's a problem. Anyway, then fast forward to 7.5, where we finally get to understand how this key works. She finally begins her research. Kona has a few ideas on how to improve aetheryte travel. He's created a brand new upgraded aetheryte with electrope technology. That's pretty much an improved version of the one in Charlotte that can teleport you halfway across the globe. Eventually, with the Alexandrian technology, you might even be able to lock onto a shard and teleport it there. Yish's travel to other shards might be possible even without the key. Woohoo! And Kono wants to show off his new aetheryte in Tural. There's a big party celebrating, the Alexandrians being forced to immigrate to Tural due to all their technology shutting off. It's like, yeah, everyone's now just a member of Tural, and it's all one big happy family. Remember to smile! And during this fair, turns out I would have the Storm Surge be... I think they actually did do this where it was like 1,000 years before, the plot of the game. So you would have the night just be... Oh, it's a millennial fair. We're celebrating the new Alexandria. It's a millennial fair. You see what I'm doing here. Anyway, I didn't just book Lamont any excuse to throw a party. We throw a party. Kono's new aetheryte's being tested as like a, new novelty. Sphene is just wants to try it out. She has a pendant from the time of ancient Alexandria. Like before the Storm Surge, made of some weird material that's similar to electrope, but not electrope. Weird. Anyway, turns out the aetheryte blows a hole in the space-time continuum. There's a gate there. Like, it opened a gate, seemingly. Or maybe it was already there. Because after all, this new aetheryte is kind of inspired by the key. Not wanting to risk it being different from the key, Yish suggests that we go into the gate ourselves with the new Aetheryte, and we just go back in time 400 years to well, the battle between Alexandria and Lindblum. The last battle of the Storm Surge, and we get to live it out. Turns out we went back in time, but that means Speen went back in time. To a time where in a place she already was. Big problem. Now that Speen was captured at some point during the war, and now that they've recovered future Speen, past Speen is still being held hostage by the forces of Lindblum, which is a fucking problem, because, you know, if Speen is not rescued and executed, then future Speen no longer exists, and if future Speen no longer exists, then that creates one hell of a time paradox. We have to solve that. That's a grandfather paradox with the two versions of the same person due to stasis. Yeesh, we gotta fix that. So, yeah, we have to rescue Speen to rescue Speen. Thankfully, Speen is being held in the Lindblum Cathedral, where they hold the festival, where they used to hold the Festival of the Hunt. And, yeah, we're going to have to kick down the door of the cathedral. Thankfully, her loyal knight Otis is on the case and is here to help us. The Otis of the past. So, yeah. It's the Warrior of Light, G'raha Otis, and Kona and Y'shtola all team up to base now that they followed us with the key after figuring out that it is just the same process. That the key is capable of time travel and it was not an accident. And they basically followed us back. We just kick down the door of the damn cathedral and start murdering Lindblum soldiers. To be fair, something similar already happened in history. So, I mean, we're not really changing the timeline, just enforcing it. Saving Speen. Final boss of the Lindblum Cathedral? A rogue Alexandrian Chancellor. That, in Phase 2, becomes Yakra. A Voidsent. It was a Lindblum spy. They were using Voidsent in their war, and it was a Lindblum spy all the time. That's how they captured her. So, yeah, we just kill Yakra. And, of course, there's Lindblum soldiers. A Lindblum soldier is boss. Like, you know, you get the idea. It's just generic enemies. Some Voidsent that are kind of, you know, Chrono Trigger references, like Naga-Etz. You just you blaze through the place. It's a joke. It's the last dungeon of the expansion, and it's not even serious. It's just a thing you have to do. A loose end. And, yeah. Turns out that we save Speen. Otis is like, no worries, I got this from here. Walks in there, saves Speen. Speen never sees us. Timeline's preserved. And then we just go back to the present. And with the real Speen, who is now been saved. The present Speen. And so we go back to the present and we go through the gate. We're back at Tural's Millennial Fair, but G'raha is missing. We're like, whoa, what the hell happened to G'raha? And all the other Scions are like, what do you mean what happened to G'raha? He died saving Norvrandt. Don't you remember, Warrior of Light? G'raha's dead. He's been dead since Shadowbringers. He teleported the light into the rift and killed himself. To save us. And meanwhile, all the people who were in the alternate time stream, who were in the gate, have their memories go, no! That's bullshit! G'raha was with us. Like, Kona's like, I met G'raha Tia. How could I meet a man who died before you even came to Tural? It's not possible. Unless... Wait a minute. Could something have altered the time stream? And, well, that's where you would leave off in 7.5, and in 7.55 the other half is like, well, we're all chatting about whether or not we're all delusional or not, whether or not G'raha existed, whether or not, you know, time was altered, and somehow, or by some outside force, and because that's the only explanation they could think of. It's like, this was somehow deliberate. And after bickering about the timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly bullshit, we go to bed in our end room in Tural for one last rest. One last rest before getting on the boat to Mericidia. That Wook Lamont and Kona is going to set up for us. And when we go to sleep, it will say, well, in the coming battle, you will play as G'raha Tia. And, yeah, it's G'raha Tia versus Zemus at the end of time in a place called Valhalla. Turns out, Etro needed a champion other than us. It needed two champions. One on Aetheris and one at the end of time to stop Zemus's temporal machinations. So yeah, G'raha was the chosen one of Etro. And it's G'raha versus Zemus. So yeah, G'raha's not dead. History was just altered. By Etro. And that's how you save on voice acting budget, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to pay the voice actor if he's hardly ever around because he's at the end of time, trapped, unable to interact with us. And then you just replace it with a new character who's basically his proxy. Let's call him something stupid, like Noel Kreis. Seriously? Yule Christmas is your name? What do? Wear a Santa hat? I like the character, but I had to make fun of the name. So yeah, basically a character based on Noel Kreis from an apocalyptic future. Not just any apocalyptic future, an apocalyptic future that we failed to save due to Black Rose. Turns out, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly stuff is indeed happening. And 700 years after our fall, humanity endured to the last man. The literal last man. And Zemus was there in that timeline for it all. Turns out this guy knows Zemus. And so he's really surprised to see Zemus in Valhalla. Then he gets sent back in time to Tural via meteorite. You're already getting the reference. Meteorite comes down. A bunch of monsters and temporal anomalies start happening. We kill the monsters in 7.55 solo duty style, and then he explains to us that he met G'raha Tia in Valhalla. But of course, we already know that, just like the source material. We had a dream that about G'raha Tia. The fangirls were squealing at the delightful possibilities of this plotline. Anyway. And so, yeah. According to G'raha Tia, Zemus is trying to do something in Mericidia. And we have to stop it. Or the world will be destroyed like the original timeline. The original timeline and the current timeline are about to crash into one another, causing the 9th umbral calamity, the calamity of time. We're on the verge of a time crash. Or worse yet, a time compression event. I mean, after all, if another reality, another temporal reality were to collide, like past, present, and future were to somehow collide, time would theoretically compress and all existence would be denied. So, we can't let that happen. Time crash or time compression, we have to go to Marasidia and stop it. And technically, Valhalla is a place that exists outside the flow of time. It is the end of time. It is the end of the universe, basically, in the temporal sense. It's the Ultima Thule of time. Which would make it technically a third time stream. Oh dear! If Valhalla were to ever be connected to the present time and the alternate timeline that G'raha came from, oh dear. Time compression. We cannot let that happen. We have to stop Zemus, and then we have to go to Marasidia. And so, yeah, a temporal War of the Magi is about to begin. A temporal Cold War of the Magi between Etro, Lavos, and Jenova. That's the new saga. That's my prediction. Is that insane? Absolutely. Would I write it? Yes. Would Yoshi P write it? Potentially based on how he's been rambling in interviews about time, space, and multiverse. So yes, he probably would write that if he could, if he was allowed to. Will Square Enix let him go nuts? Hopefully! Please, rip the Band-Aid off. We need a Heaven's Ward to follow this A Realm Reborn. We need chaos! Oh yeah, and then, of course, God Shinryu 7.5. You know, the finale of the Alliance Raid, just in case I forgot to mention it. And yeah, that's my prediction. As crazy as that sounds, that's my crazy plot prediction for 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, and 7.55. Whether or not we're going to end up being the saviors of time, the one thing is canon. We are the saviors of the universe, so let's save the fucking universe from Medion on this halt. Let's end the stream with a bang. Time to board the Ragnarok. No, I want full volume. No. BGM 100 for this. Okay. Crank up the tunes! Board the Ragnarok. Let's go. Let's do this.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site.
Excellent.
The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. A burned out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Have Alpino do the honors.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage.
Whatever you say, Picard, let's do this.
Engage!
Engage!
Hit it. Ooh, I got a better one. Warp factor 1, 2, 3, 4. Steal it. Okay, it's not. Okay, I did it wrong. But still, I like that in Lower Decks. I like Riker's little gag there on the Titan. What? What's wrong with jazz? Come on. Riker has good taste in music. Let's go. Ha! Woo-hoo! Let's go.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, with vigor! Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Go.
peace? Good. Sleepingway? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used Dynamis to obfuscate her location.
Let's go. Let's kill her.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is... interfering with the equipment.
Greetings.
Oh no, creepy ghost child.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteion, hi! How you doing, Blue Sky? How's it going over there in blonde Blue Sky?
This is Meteion.
Are you all okay?
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
I mean, I don't think they're okay over there, considering the look of,
I don't remember meeting
you know,
myself.
this girl. I don't think anyone's okay over
You're
there.
from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
Yeah, no, not happening, girl.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end.
True, but not right now.
Why choose to prolong your suffering?
I enjoy pain. I'm a masochist.
Effort, ambition, love. They amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control.
So too is despair.
There is no logic nor meaning in it.
True.
You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident.
Exactly, and I don't need to convince myself of anything. I know life is just hope, despair, hope, despair, hope, despair. Life's a yo-yo until you die.
Come now.
Right, there's no
I
control.
speak the truth.
There will be people in your life that will make you happy whether you like it or not. And then there will be people that bring you to despair whether you like it or not. Just fucking deal with it and shut up. Before you end up like her. Or worse yet, her counterpart.
Your world, like every other,
an overly saccharine, happy person that believes in utopia. I hate both ends of that horseshoe. Fuck them both.
Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
To all the people suffering from excess despair, stop being sad, grow up. To all the people suffering from excess happiness,
we know that life
suffer well, it won't last.
Time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always
existence is pointless, so it too is non-existence. True nihilism is not embracing despair. True nihilism is not caring about despair. Because despair is just as meaningless as happiness. Embrace true nihilism!
She has prepared us for this trial. And in her name...
Who gives a fuck? I do what I want. Why? It feels good in the moment. What's stopping you from committing an atrocity? What's stopping you? Half the time in history, most atrocities are committed by people who convince themselves they're doing the right thing anyway.
Burning passion like unto fury.
No. It's not that I'm reveling in the chaos. I have a perfectly good reason for the genocidal action, okay, officer? I thought this out! And that's your problem. You're thinking too much. It's leading you to genocide. Stop it. Get some help.
Suffocated and extinguished now.
Oh no, despair! Ow, the pain! No, not despair! Oh, the inhumanity!
You approach the bounds of my ultimate.
Ah, thank you for the follower on Kick.
Where emotions dictate reality. Where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
I'll check Kick and see if they have anything to say.
Where those who yet valiantly cling to life can.
You can lurk if you want, but if you want to say something, say something. Oh, you hated this part, huh? I'm just leveling this alt through Endwalker. I just got done plot theory crafting for Dawn Trail. One hell of a theory. 5% chance it all comes true, though.
By the Fury.
My prediction? 7.3's dungeon? Lunatic Pandora. Because of Calyx. Lunar Cry, baby, it's coming. I'm calling it. Void Sent Lunar Cry. I know I sound insane, but if I call it, the real question will be, am I insane or am I just as insane as the writers? Oh! Ignore everything I just said. Sorry about that. Who's Calyx? No, seriously, who's Calyx? I just forgot the entire plot. My bad.
Composition to ambient temperature within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If you actually want to know the answer to that question, play 7.2. The latest patch. My bad.
Let's go and have a look.
Hopefully you can make it through the first 5 levels. Oh, those sucked. I hated those. Oh, the first 5 levels of 7.0. Pain. It made me wish for Meteon. Praise Meteon. Praise salvation. It picks up at the latter half.
That the brave
And the patch
wayfarers
content's
arrived
good,
at
so...
last at Dream's End. In following their path...
Oh, 8 viewers on Kick! Damn, welcome, guys!
Keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again,
I know that feeling.
So long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this. The final chapter in the Tale of the Stars.
Sweet!
Is this a dead star?
Yep.
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe.
What?
The environment itself.
The rabbit was supposed to suffocate. I want my money back. Can I get a refund on this expansion?
Let us search for Thancred while
Breathing rabbits. Not my Final Fantasy game. Dark jokes aside, yay! They're alive! Woohoo! Ah, finally! All the cutscenes are over with. I can play the game! Woohoo! What's my gear look like? Is it trash? No, it's not trash. It's good enough for the MSQ. Let's go. And since this is an alt, I'm not reading the dialogue again. I'm not reading. I'm illiterate. I ain't voice acting the second time around. That's a stellar dragon. Avoid the dead dragon. I like your bun boy. Oh yeah. I would say I'm a stranger of paradise, but I'm not in paradise right now. This is the opposite of paradise? That comes later. I mean, after all, you gotta make your way through hell to get to Paradiso. No, the patch content of Endwalker and the first 5 levels of Dawn Trail are definitely Purgatorio. I would say you're never alone in hell, but that's the problem. There's dragons everywhere. Lurking! Menacingly! Okay. Speak with Alphino. Whew. No, I was not able to find anything. Skip? Not reading? Skip? Okay, but I am fighting. I was afraid the dragon would get mad. Chaos Breath! You dare weaponize chaos against chaos! fool! Well, I knocked that guy down a peg. I'm gonna head all the way over here. The Imperial March. And 5 viewers on Kick. Still 1 viewer on Twitch.
Here.
Let me check YouTube.
What you see
Still 1
is
viewer.
a memory of a world that once was.
Oh!
Suffering a slow death.
A slow death?
Whose
Isn't that just
cried
everyone?
out for the release of oblivion.
Oh no, I'm dying very slowly.
What?
I've suffered from genetic degradation. Just like a character in Crisis Core. I'm slowly dying of old age. A few decades from now and I'll be dead. No, no! It's the end of everything!
Perpetuated only to
I'm
seduce
dying!
enemies
I'm
with
terminal!
men
I'm
and
mortal!
Our friend Thancred.
Though I say a few decades, but that would be like...
A strange question.
That would be 63.
He is at your side, is he not?
Nah, I don't want to die at 63.
He is here.
6 more decades, at the very least. 93. I'm making it to 93.
He would tell you himself if he had
Not
all
1
the
year
full
less.
words.
Not that I have any control over when I die, but still. Like most people who are mortal, I'm going through all 5 stages of grief.
Such loathing
As I live,
uncertainty.
I'm currently in the bargaining stage of my life.
You don't know why.
93, man! I'll make it to 93.
Oblivion, I say.
Clearly, it's gotta happen at the very
I
least.
tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind.
Cool, riveting. He'll be back later.
What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul? In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure.
Oh no.
That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
That's not gonna work, Estinian.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Cool. Let's do this. I'll just take money. I like money. Damn, it's been a long night of research. And yet I've got to stay up just a tad bit longer. Because tomorrow I have to go and help my family get a new fridge. Yay! The old one broke, which means I need to be awake for that trip. And awake for lifting the old fridge into the truck. Gotta fix my sleeping schedule. The curse of being a night owl. Talk to you real quick. Oh yeah, I forgot to update on that one. That fridge, I was bitching about it in 7.2 being broken. I said on another stream, turns out they fixed it, but that was a fake out. It's actually broke again. Oh man, the fridge saga. Some people would argue it's more interesting than Dawntrail. The saga of will the fridge live? Has the fridge finally embraced Meteion in the end? The answer is yes. The fridge has given in to despair once again. Whew. To be honest, I've given in to a tiny bit of despair. But I will endure, I will survive, unlike the fridge. Poor fridge, rip fridge. Woo-wee. Cool. Investigate the eggs real quick. Endwalker is not what I want to review. I originally made this alt just for fun, but I'm using this alt to compare Dawntrail to A Realm Reborn in order to see which one is truly worse. So I want to then make another alt when I get to 6.55 and redo both MSQs in order to compare. I already know Endwalker's good. So, don't need to read any of this. I've done Ultima Thule multiple times. Don't need to read any more. I'm done with despair. Unlike my fridge. My fridge is addicted. It can't get enough of dying. Sweet, sweet release. Cool. Kill this malformed dragonette. Apex arrow, baby. And blast him. Ah, I see. No voice acting. Cool. I'm gonna speak to Alfie. Anyway, talk to Alfie real quick. No voice acting, skip. Huh. Damn. I can make it. I can make it. Woof. Damn, I'm running on fumes. Whoo-wee. Cool. Huh.
He remaineth as he was.
Ah,
when I
voice
first
acting,
approached,
good.
entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you? So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
Ah, the nihilism of a Lombartarian. The non-aggression principle doesn't work on any planet. We may as well just give up and die. Woe is me. I'm a giant lizard that can incinerate you with my breath. But fighting makes me sad. Breathe.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive.
No, your family wouldn't even exist, as Estinian. Allow me to explain to you causality.
Conflict.
The people of Ishgard were, you know, used to be one with dragons, which means their civilization was based around dragons before the schism. But if there were no dragons to be one with, Ishgardian civilization would be radically different. And therefore, due to the butterfly effect, different people would have met different other people, which means different people would have been born, which means Estinian would have never been born, because his parents would have never met, because there would have been no Dragon Song War, and their parents would have never met, because there was no Dragon Song War. Are you starting to understand causality?
We will not let you.
So, if anything, your family only exists because of dragons, Estinian, due to the butterfly effect. It's just temporal causality. Yes, I'm a turbo nerd!
Estinian!
Stay back.
We tire of war, we tire of turmoil. Read. Non-aggression principle. Read. War bad. Read.
This is the emotion that bars our way.
Cool.
rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place. Like Thancred did.
Oh, please, he'll be back later. Yeah, calm down, kid. Your emotions are getting in the way of my vibe. This is why I hate Ultima Thule.
Come.
Emotions are lame.
Let us follow the wind. It will not lead
I'm a
us
man.
astray.
I don't have feelings.
He would not.
I just have facts and aggression. What are feelings? Feelings are gay. Anyway, dumb jokes aside. What's next? Friendship? You're gonna tell me that's magic? Peh. I don't have friends. I have punching bags. I'm a man. Well, this place got nuked like a certain sandy treehouse. To be honest, these dragons had it coming. I'm just saying. You don't fight back, you make yourself a target. Peace is a declaration of war against predatory life forms. After all, there's another way of saying pacifist. Pray! Welcome to nature, bitch. Woohoo! A wind confluence! Soaring through the sky, soaring through the stars. Wait for the scions. And no voice acting. Skip. Test of will. Done. I actually like the zone. It's pretty. It reminds me of Outland and World of Warcraft. It has a really good background song that gets better as the zone goes on. And, yeah, and that's pretty much about it. What more do you need? Oh, am I going the right way? Oh, I went the wrong way. Whoops. Got turned around. Ah, yes, detect the crats. The Technocrat race. Woohoo! They tried to do the magical equivalent of downloading their brain into a computer system to become immortal. Well, they forgot about the heat death of the universe. Oh no! So sad, so tragic. Time to perform Ascending. I want to live forever. You can't live forever. Meanwhile, I'm like halfway between Meteon and these guys. I like being alive. But look, everything has a shelf date, including me. And look, my expiration date is nowhere close, hopefully. But I mean, I don't want to turn into curdled milk. Who wants to be sentient curdled milk? Well, these guys did. They got their wish. Sucks to be them. Around my thumb to avoid trash. Oh, look, a ghost! Hi, ghost. No voice acting, skip. Cool. Time to commune with people. Well, time to click on this aetheryte. I spoke to him. Riveting commentary. Very riveting. All I heard was, wah, wah, I want to die but can't anymore, wah. No voice acting. Skip. Oh yeah, they're gonna try to feed me with fake ether. Riveting. Yep, had my fill. Skip. Cool. Let's head this way. Excellent. Made it to my destination. Cool. May as well fill out the map. My OCD is saying fill out the map. Excellent. The map has been filled out. There are no more blank spots. A level cheater. Oh, it's a level cheater. I was about to say, it's a level checker. No, it's a level cheater. I hate cheaters. Unless I'm the cheater, in which case it's totally okay. Only I'm allowed to cheat. The mantra of every cheater.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
They're going to die anyway? Wow. I could have told them that.
That the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, We will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it.
Yeah, I know.
Beneath the weight of this knowledge,
I swear.
Our society stagnated.
Trying to convince nihilists like you. It's like trying to prevent the heat death of the universe. I may as well be beating my head against a rock. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I mocking you with your own bullshit? Pray continue, ghosts.
No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir.
You know what really freaked these motherfuckers out? Is if people from the real world visit this planet. You would not understand our research, but we determined the heat death of the universe is a thing.
Immortality, our greatest.
And then we just go, yeah, according to our findings, it's trillions of years from now. All this will just spread apart and the universe will enter an eternal ice age. It is what it is. Thankfully, unlike you guys, we'll be long dead by the time that happens. So we don't care. Imagine shitting on their entire culture like that. That'd be funny. It's like, yeah, we know. We came to the same conclusion. We just don't care. Also, we discovered something called multiverse theory. There's like an extra verse in Final Fantasy, so we were just planning to go to a new universe when that happens. It is what it is. What do you mean you didn't think of that? Not my fault that your species is retarded. No wonder you went extinct in the Medion.
You will abandon your quest for knowledge.
Idiot.
Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it.
Exactly.
Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Yes, it's Final Fantasy. There's an extra verse out there.
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension.
It's not beyond mine. They are wrong.
And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove...
That moment when you know more than Yish. But yeah, they're wrong. They're idiots.
I doubt I could even
Their
approach
entire
the
culture
wisdom
is based around failure.
But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
Yes, she must. Anyway, moving on. Hey, join her, Urianger. Join the
The
party!
most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
True. Same here. Anyway, these losers are annoying me. Fuck off and die.
Only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you. And we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
I will never grasp it because your despair is based in ignorance. Imagine being driven to despair based on what you think you know.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate,
idiot.
there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
Oh no. Anyway.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Who are you?
Urianger.
Sorry, he's so stealthy. I didn't even realize he
My
was there
resolve
until
hath
now.
never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
Cool. Are we done yet?
Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Cool, we got that refuse out of our way. Next group of losers, please.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
Oh no. We tongue-tied, I'm tired. We're kicking her ass.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
Yep, yep.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Oh.
Is that another star?
Yeah, it is.
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But
Makes
even
sense.
Death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew.
Yep. There's a galactic and even universal life stream, just like in Final Fantasy VII.
Salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born.
Incorrect.
This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris.
I see. She's pro-choice. Ha! Who am I kidding? She's anti-life and anti-choice.
That dead sun. Attain it if you can. Before your friends' emotions fade away. Along with their protection.
Wow. That's nice. The first time I did this place, I'm like, oh no, they're coming back later. The 10th time I've done this place, oh no, I know for a fact they're coming back later. Cool. OCD kicking in. Don't aggro, don't aggro. Fill out the map. There we go. Travel through the portal. Oh wow, something to fight. Overflow level checker. Nice. Cool, Radiant Finale! Oh, I need to wait at the destination. Cool. And skip. Around my thumb and time to fight. Oh no, an Omicron! That sucks! Anyway. Time to attune to this aetheryte. Talk to these guys. Damn, once I get to the dungeon, I'm actually going to stop, just end the stream there. I mean, I've technically already done this before on stream, so I don't really care. I just wanted to get some gameplay in after the theory crafting, and I'm getting hungry. Ugh. Might as well just end on a cliffhanger that will never be resolved. What happened after you did that on the Bun Boy? The same thing that always happens, brain. We saved the world. What did you think was gonna happen, genius? I'll get the ether currents later. I don't care.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
I'm not.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons.
Ah, I see.
As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a
robots.
Defeated a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Have at it. So, Lawbritarians versus Robot Schmittians.
Here I go.
Beep boop. You are either friend or enemy. All Omicron friend, all other life enemy. Kill all. Beep boop.
It worked!
Open connection to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments.
Cool.
All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with set guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
I think they ran out of things to
If all
fight.
the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
The Sovereign determines the exception in this place. And the Sovereign has determined that there are no exceptions. The Omicrons must destroy the strong. And there's only one strong race left in the universe, the Omicrons. Therefore, stand by and die. Typical robot logic. All Omicron's friend, all other life enemy, all directive, kill all strong life forms, as in make them primary enemies, make self stronger in order to survive and increase combat capabilities to fight even stronger enemies. There are no more stronger enemies other than us, but friends cannot be enemies, therefore purpose no longer exists. Stand by. Bleh. So yeah, they were actually humans. They would just realize, wait a minute, this friend-enemy shit is really fucking retarded. Why are we bombing everyone? We could just not do that. No, the Omicrons could not override their programming. And programming errors are basically just despair in code form. Yay! And they died. The end. And, yeah, I don't really care about the rest of this zone. I am fucking tired. I need to end the stream. I am fucking tired. I need food. Sleep. So I'm just going to end it here and not continue this storyline because I've already done it. So, yeah. That's all for this stream of Final Fantasy XIV. If you like what you see, please give me a follow if you haven't already. And, well, you probably won't see me tomorrow because, got shit to do. So hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday for something. In any case, it's been Cat and Alexander. See you later. Bye-bye. I'm just going to raid someone and just call it. Cool. Raid this person.